สวัสดีว่าวันนี้ผมอยู่กับผมโมชินะครับเวลัมเจ็ตไฮครับแม่งทีมเวลัมยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตครับ
Olá, eu sou o Bops da Magic Squad e eu estou representando o Brasil nesse Mundial.
Gua Bay dari tim Arabic Brasil.
Gua Legalot dari tim Arabic Brasil.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Dolphin đến từ đội tuyển WZ.
Gua Lim dari tim Poco.
สวัสดีครับผมดิวจากทีม ET Esports ครับ
Salve rapaziada, vou ajudar a live aqui.
Fala rapaziada, aqui é o Cauã da Loud, K17, né, que vocês estão ligados. E mano, é representar o Brasil aí na FFWS e vamos quebrar tudo.
Vambora.
ก็ดีครับแต่ว่าทีมผมดีกว่า
Tim Thailand makin kuat, tapi tim Indonya tetap ngimbangi. Todos os times estão bem fortes e estão vindo muito confiantes para ganhar.
Phong độ của các đội tuyển thì khá là bay cao trong tuần vừa rồi. Tem em thuộc kiểu đang thăm dò tình hình của các đội tuyển.
Menurut gua, tim di Ffws ini timnya jago-jago, tapi gua yakin bisa menandingi mereka. Todos os times tá nivelado ali, tá ligado?
Tudo regular.
ผมเก็ตคิดว่าไงครับก็ผมว่าก็พัฒนาทุกทีมนะครับจากตั้งให้บอกกันไม่เป็นนะครับ
Counters onto the glue wall compound of Cyrus as Dolphin shows up. The timing a bit off.
โอ้โหแบบซ้อนกันดีเกิน
Que é trocação de gente grande aqui.
Que isso?
Cái pha này hình như là mình thắng mà ru thì phải. Không, giờ mình quên chứ.
WAG
4 điểm thôi. Tại vì Bru giết mình và tem mình nên mình trừ 1 điểm.
Jogada nível 3 porque eles angka 2 karena ya biasa aja sih.
เพราะว่ายังมีช็อตเวอร์กว่านี้ครับ
3 porque eu corri um cara e não matou 9 pro time. Karena lawannya WAG. Kalau kita pasti kita yang menang.
เพราะว่าเขาสู้เราไม่ได้แม้แต่นิดเดียวเลยครับแล้วก็เล่นไม่มีความแบบเป็นทีมเลยตั้งแต่ดูรวม
Is already gone. And actually, that glue wall blocked GOW. All of that.
Tava misturando vai
Revivindo. Cara.
revivindo. Karena mereka panik, jadi mereka kebingungan.
Bắn như này hàng sao mà không vô địch được VFL là đúng rồi.
ๆผมว่าแค่กระโดดเตาหัวมันง่ายครับผมเด็กมากผมก็ยังทำได้
ครับเพราะว่าผมเป็นคนสั่งการที่เหลือรอเล่นอย่างเดียว
Ya karena mereka mainnya harus santai.
Nível 3 também foi muito engraçado, porque os caras da Gol não conseguiram passar por outro lado porque estava gameplay giveaway di sini loser.
3, não, 3.
Như đây điểm đi, 1 điểm nha.
Shotgun versus the SMG. Moshi should be able to get the job done here.
Rapaziada, aqui a jogada todo mundo ficou impressionado aí, né, mano? Mas eu achei.
Theo mình pha này xử lý là hơi rùa nha anh em.
Gokil sih Moshi.
ปาฏิหาริย์จัดแบบ
2-0 pra MBR, não pro Moshi, desmérito do Brasil.
E com certeza foi uma jogada
chấm điểm kỹ năng này chấm 5 điểm nha mọi người. Kỹ năng
4 sih.
Karena aimnya ngeribet merah-merah.
เอาไว้ผมไว้โดยรวมดีครับกู๊ดเวลี่กู๊ดเพอร์เฟกต์
I think this is the end of the all alone.
โอ้โหโอ้
หัวอุ่นเลย
Tem o quê?
Foi 25?
Theo mình là mình khác mình khá là ghét mấy cái hành động như này nha, chắc cho không 1 điểm thôi vì cái tính treo bạn nha. 3 พอครับ
โกรธเนี่ยทำใส่ทีมไทยเนี่ยโกรธ
Teve aquela farpa, né? Teve aquele
Ini gua kasih 5 sih buat RRQ.
karena gameplay kami sendiri.
Like.
That backstab great for the side of on fire.
Vamos ver agora se GG, né? Da outra ele estava morrendo.
Anh phải xử lý khá là mượt, anh này thuộc dạng vừa handsome á mà vừa đẹp vừa bắn hay nữa, cũng tự mình. Wow.
Menurut gua gameplay ini biasa aja sih. Classifica essa jogada como nível 4 porque ganhou um 2x1.
Emang musuhnya kurang aja.
Essa aqui.
3. 3zinho, normal.
ฟานี่ไอดอลผมเลยครับไม่ผิดที่ผมจะไม่ให้หัวใจครับ
Gameplay biasa, mekanik biasa.
Liên người Việt Nam mình cho chấm 3 điểm thôi, เพราะว่าก็เป็นไฟต์หนึ่งครับแต่ว่าผมก็ทำได้ไม่ใจ
He knows it so loud. It's gonna start things off with a booyah.
ช็อตนี้ผมว่าไม่ควรนะครับไม่ควรไปลุมเขาเรามี4คนนะครับแล้วก็เมจิกสคอร์มีคนเดียวควรที่จะให้1-1กันให้เกียรติกันนะครับไม่ควรลุม
rất là cười tươi vui vẻ.
Untuk berselebrasinya mungkin terlalu berlebihan ya. Soalnya poin mereka masih di bawah kita.
อย่างท่าเนี่ยต้องให้แบบนี่เลยครับ
Boya hoki doang tauntingnya kayak gitu.
ให้0ครับคุณเจ็ดเลยครับ อันเดียวกันเลยครับให้ถือเลย
Biasa aja. Udah terbiasa di tim kami.
Vì thù hận cá nhân lúc trước của mình với Lao thì mình chắc chắn 1 điểm nha. Không liên mình ở pháo đài.
E olha, ainda somos meio bom ainda daquele jeito. Manda o 5, vai o 5, vai botar o 5.
Ồ, อาทิตย์นี้ไม่มีคลิปผมบ้างเหรอพี่อาทิตย์หน้าต้องมีแล้วแบบเกือบ4ตักชาอะไรเงี้ย ครับ
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2023. We are back with week 2 of the competition, and it's also week 2 and the final week of knockouts. My name is Danielle, and of course, joining me is the wonderful, the Mustachio, AJ, and Husky. Gentlemen, welcome back to week 2. It is do or die for some of these teams.
It's the final lap. Final lap for some, especially the teams who are down at the bottom. I would say bottom 10, that's where you need to start to step up a bit, right? But this is also one of the only tournaments that the teams who are not in top 12 are actually dangerously close to breaking into top 12.
I'm a man of very few words, and I know it's a little bit that I am a man of few words, but I can't wait for week 2 to be over. I want Point Rush.
Wow.
I want the finals. I'm sorry, bottom 6, get out already.
Wow. Alrighty, so just a quick recap of what's been happening in the tournament so far. We are still currently in the knockout stage, but this weekend is the last weekend of knockouts because next week we're going to be jumping into Point Rush and also prepare for that grand final weekend. It's going to be absolutely lit, but of course we do need to finish up our knockouts first. Before that though, just to recap our point system, as usual, we're going to be awarding 12 points to the team that gets that booyah, 9 for second place, and as you go down, you're going to be getting less and less points. And of course, as usual, every elimination is going to net you a point, just in case you want to have a little bit extra before you get eliminated. Now, we do have tiebreaker rules in case some of these teams do decide to tie. We're going to start off with the number of booyahs, followed by total elims, and of course, lastly, survival ranks. We're going to have to see if we get that far because it's not looking too close yet, but we still have 3 days of competition left. Now, speaking of, let's introduce our teams for groups A and B.
Absolutely. We've, of course, got Team Thorat from Group A, representing Indonesia, Buriram United, your 2-time world champs, MIBR, AGG, MGS, as well as the Pakistanis Hot Shot.
Of course, from Group B, we also have an assortment of teams. We have Furious Gaming, with WASK, RRQ Kazu, God of Wolf, CGGG, and WAG. One of the most diverse groups, honestly, in the World Series.
Very diverse group. And no Group C today for anyone that is cheering for those teams. We are going to see them competing tomorrow. The focus is going to be Group A and B. Now, I do want to remind our viewers, in case anyone is asking, did we shuffle the groups? No, the groups are going to remain the same as they were last week. So the teams, they're basically going to be replaying to hopefully get those points to push them into that top 12. And of course, gentlemen, the overall standings from last week, this is the halfway mark for these teams. It's do or die for some of them, and for some of them, it's go time. If you're not going now, you're out of the competition.
EXP has, of course, started off the leg a little bit late in Group C, but they ended up the first week on the #1 spot. But of course, they do not start today off, so they will potentially lose that #1 spot. But who takes it though?
Most likely is Buriram. I think that's the tournament favorites aside from EXPS. Even when you look at all the social media posts from Free Fire Global, these two teams are pit against each other. But we also have CGGG in the conversation, right? The up-and-coming Thai squad on the world stage. This is their debut and they're doing very well in 4th place right now.
Yep, very heavy on the elimination points. A total of 97 eliminations thus far from week 1 alone. And of course, one of their top players is gonna be on fire. Staying true to his name, 20% accuracy, a total average of 3 eliminations per game. That's super solid, Danny.
It is solid, but of course it's not just going to be that single player. We have an entire region of teams, and of course it's going to be one of my favorites, RRQ Kazu, who's going to be on the screen. This team came out of nowhere. At first, I was a little bit skeptical with their day 1 performance, but they really kicked it up a notch in their day 2 performance, and they have just really flown away with their stats, Husky.
Just look at Abe, 36% accuracy, out of this world.
Look at this man.
They also currently hold the highest record for points gathered in 1 round, right? I think it's 37, 25 elims, and a booyah. So that is just crazy for RQ Kazu, who are currently in 3rd place. We also have our most weapon use, the Trogon, being the most popular weapon by a mile.
Absolute 284 total eliminations thus far from week 1 alone. Massive. And look at the 2nd and 3rd gun, the M82B, great for penetrating through all of those glue walls. So no doubt at all, we are going to see more of these guns. But R1, and of course no surprises here, you pop that Dinoculus, you get that information, you know exactly where you want to go fishing.
Yeah, and of course we have a special mention for Rocky, who only showed up 5 times across 24 matches, well, 12 matches.
Give him a chance.
Give it a chance. Actually, 18 matches. My math is kind of off. But head to head with the Clutch God Moshi.
Even WASK showed up more than that.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
They play more games than Rocky has shown up for sure. But I mean, you look at this head-to-head, Moshi is just leaps and bounds ahead of Butzik.
Yeah.
But I mean, Magic Squad is also not doing too bad, right? They're currently in 5th spot.
Yeah, look at this, A124. Once again, no surprises here at all. You disable all of your opponent's skills. You turn it into a brutal gunfight at the end of the day, and may the best skill winner out there win. And I'm talking about gun skills.
Got to get those gun skills in, because if you're here at the World Championships and you can't handle those guns, I think you're going to handle something else. But we are going to continue with our top 3 used characters, and Nyari.
Yep. Ice Iron, I mean, we know those glue wall melters have been such a huge problem to deal with. And yes, we had a little bit of a fix with that. You know, you see something red shooting across the battlefield. That used to be the only glue wall melters of the past. But Nairi sorts all of that out.
Yeah, I mean, Skylar's Rip Tirade damage is just way too strong. It not only breaks your glue wall, it penetrates through your glue wall, and it creates a lingering zone that you cannot put your glue walls.
Correct.
I mean, who needs glue wall melters when you have Skylar on your team?
Absolutely.
Some squads still use that Skylar, but at least he's more of an acquired taste than a must pick.
I personally hate Nairi because of Nairi's introduction, you don't see Mr. Wagger out there anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he's with us now on the
Go
panel.
away, Nairi.
He's our mascot, right?
But
He has better
a-
jobs to do.
He's doing a great job on the show. We've had Mr. Waggers help us with the scoreboard. We don't want to have him disappear.
Yeah. So go away, Nairi. We don't like you.
Which is good. I think we're seeing a lot of changes on the passive characters, right? Like, when was the last time we saw Awakened Andrew? It was always Awakened Hayato. Like, if you don't take Hayato, you are just trolling the game.
Yeah.
But of course, we also have Get High, who early on we saw in the video, very, very sporting man. Apparently supports Thai team always. But also, he idolizes On Fire from C-Triple-G.
Absolutely.
Interesting. All right, so we are getting ready to jump into game number 1, which is going to be on Bermuda. But we, of course, have our own predictions for what's going to be happening in the match. And okay, hang on. Why is there a wall? Why is there a
Whoa, it's so different, so diverse. This is such a diverse prediction.
Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing at Hotshot?
Let's get this straight, Danny. I love you because you love Hotshot Esports. That's about it. I love it.
Okay,
I love it.
Truthfully, I really think they're in an upward trajectory,
Yes.
and my heart is telling me today is the day.
Yeah, I am with you, but I don't know if they're gonna walk. No, I mean, let's legit talk good. I think Hotshot's gonna make it into the grand finals. I don't know if today is the day they walk away with a booyah. I see Hotshot as the team that does it all on the final day of the group stage.
Yeah, but with that being said, they still have to really pull their weight today, right? You don't want to wait until the last 6 rounds, considering that they are going to play tomorrow again, so it's not going to be the best scenario for them if they don't get off to a good start today. And actually, when you look at the numbers, Hotshot has way more eliminations than they have placements.
Yes.
Which is pretty crazy.
So can you imagine what happens if they can somehow stabilize their positional points, right? If they can somehow stabilize and get placement points, they're going to go way up on that leaderboard.
You see,
100%.
you speak of it
positive.
as it may happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
All right,
Hotshot
sure.
is gonna shoot up the leaderboard.
Says the guy that doesn't have hot shots as their prediction.
Hey, they're gonna shoot up. They're not gonna get top 3. Okay, calm down. I'm a hopeful man. I am not delusional. Okay, I know these guys can get the job done, but I think if I put them in the top 3 list, I might put on too much of pressure on them, and that breaks a team.
Yeah,
I don't want to be that guy.
There's a fine line between insanity and whatever it is.
Okay, bro.
I should have thought that through.
Oh my gosh,
Good
this man's thoughts were empty apparently.
Should have thought that through.
Good attempt. But as
Oh my
usual,
gosh.
I love this vehicle thingy-majiggy that brings
pods.
us
What did you just call it?
the
They're
vehicle
pods.
thingy-majiggy.
They're pods. They are
Thingy-majiggy.
actually called pods.
They
Player
are called
pods.
pods.
There we go.
I mean, the only pod I know is the coffee pod that I pop into my coffee machine
Okay.
every day. by that fact, I love pods.
Yes, I think we all love pods. But most importantly, the players' pods are going to be loaded into the plane as we get ready to play game number 1 for week 2. It's groups A versus B, who's going to be taking home the first booyah of the week.
Wait, hold up. I thought we loaded the pods into the plane. But
Yes.
why was the plane leaving and then pods still following the plane? Something's wrong, Danny.
Maybe the pods
Magnetic
can fly.
energy.
Magnet.
Well, the pods did have wings. Did you not see them? They unfolded the wings when they were...
So we took pods, we put wings on it, and then we sent it
and
flying
then we fly
behind
the
the big
pods
plane.
into the plane.
What's in the plane, though? I've got questions.
The squads, I guess.
The teams,
I have
obviously.
questions.
They're
Well-
behind schedule, right? The plane has to take off first.
Okay, hold on. We are on schedule when it comes to the
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
As the players are going to be dropping into their drop zones, it's going to be Bermuda, ladies and gentlemen, the map that we all know, we all love, and I think at this point we all know like the back of our hands. And the question we have right now is, where is everyone going to be dropping? Where's the high tier
The
loot
question is,
zone?
where's the map?
Yeah, that's a good question too.
This plane is about to fly out of orbit.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
So,
that's
Wait.
All right, so
thank
it's
So
a
we
very-
finally get to see that it is a horrible flight path.
What a north-sided flight path.
Yes.
This is something that I've realized all throughout week 1.
Uh-huh.
This Free Fire World Series for this year has been so mean with the flight path. I mean, last year, we just kept getting it shooting all the way down the middle of the map every single match. Like, for some reason, the flight path in the current update just seems to be telling teams, we want to see some early matches. And we get exactly that.
It's actually pretty big too, because this is God of Wolf. Now remember last week, right? God of Wolf were dominators when it came to Bermuda, but to have one player already down, this is
To
not
have
so
their
great news.
best player down.
Remember, 36% accuracy, man. Yeah, it's Abe. Guy just popped is a god like is nothing.
He popped is a god like he's not a god.
Is not a god.
Is not a god.
Is not a god.
Yes, exactly.
We're going to change his name right after this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Li Kwang, on the other hand,
Jeez.
stands no chance as none of his team members were anywhere around him to pick him up. Flight path has done them dirty for sure, and that revival point is not going to be used. They have to rotate a long way around, so it's going to be a while before we catch up with the full squad.
Oh,
Yeah, I just realized the Ghost doesn't even run Sonya. Doesn't feel like he needs it. So Peter will get an easy spray, collects the elimination. C-Triple-G finding 2 eliminations early on.
yeah. So not a crazy start for Bermuda this week. I think the team's playing it a little bit safe. But I have to say, though, that very aggressive play coming in from RRQ today, it was a bit of a surprise, because I remember last week on day 1, this team was very passive, right? They were focused on placement points. They weren't really there for aggression. So I'm really happy to see them actually play as the aggressors. But is this going to just be, is it going to be a trend for this team, or is it like a one-off? They saw somebody, easy eliminations, just, you know, pop a few bullets. And God of Wolf is doing terribly because another player is downed. If they end in 12, this is actually terrible for God of Wolf.
RQ is showing up. Yeah, Razor actually got dropped, but Abe, again, this is the 3rd pickup.
Oh, this is
decides to go
Thorad.
for Darko instead.
Oh!
Gets traded by North, unfortunately. You're also dealing with Thorad, who are no pushovers.
That's a little bit too far away to save the day at this point of time, but he is
Uh-oh.
definitely going to try a good ice grenade to torture Ikal just a tad bit, but this is going to be the end. All 4 players swarming around him. Max 7's not going to do much as a CQC AC-80 straight through the head takes Duts out.
Yeah.
It's a pretty nice attempt, honestly, from RQ. If Abe didn't get knocked down that early on,
Oh!
they would have a
God
better
of
chance.
Wolf.
Well, GOW finished
Wow.
first.
Did anybody
From the
vote
bottom.
GOW?
Did I put
This
GOW? Oh,
man,
yeah, I did.
he
I put
did.
GOW.
He cursed him.
Congratulations, sir. You are not a winner.
You're not a winner.
No,
You're a
neither are
curse.
they.
Wow.
Don't do them like that. Not this early.
Like, I actually changed my prediction for this map a couple of times. And my final version, only I decided in my final version to include GOW. Clearly.
Yep.
Clearly, you were right
I
the
was-
first time, I guess.
Yes, I put BRU the first time. Was it BRU or RQ? It was like one of those teams.
It was someone that had an R in it. That's all that we
Yes.
know.
Yes.
Alrighty, so just going to have a quick look at the team scores
There you
here.
go.
We still have Thorad sitting on top with 3 elimination points. C-Triple-G also sitting on 3 elimination points. RRQ with 2 points. And Legolas actually got away from that fight with a vehicle. He went to Sentosa, so he's actually picked up the rest of his team. So RRQ will be coming back into the game. We'll see them a little bit later on because they are pretty far out. But the circle did head towards a more southeast trajectory on that map. So teams in the top left corner, they're going to have to want to start making that rotation down towards the bottom right section of the map.
How did the vehicle end up there? Am I missing something?
He's
I
a
see.
genius. He finds
He's
a
a
way.
genius. Wow.
He just finds a way.
Sure.
This is a crazy
2
stat
elims
though.
out of 18
18
times
times
played.
played.
Lowest app. Well, no, this is not a stat we want to be displaying, broadcast producers. Why would you do them dirty like that?
Do it more often. It's not all rainbows and sunshines, all right? Some
Yes.
teams are not performing well. We also got to see like the teams at the bottom.
Ooh, my boy's hot shots. You got to get out of there.
Oh, got shot behind.
Oh.
He's down.
And he had to do it with a headshot. The guy only had 2 HP left. Show some mercy.
Is that the Sonya pop? Because if it's the Sonya, then it's a lot more brutal for hot shot because that's 3 minutes of a cooldown.
I don't think. I think he was being sprayed as he tried to run away. But either way,
that would be the better
team's
case,
just
honestly.
too far away to force a fight. So I guess they're going to get away with that. And you're slowing the pace down a tad bit before we discover where this next circle leads us to.
Yeah, it's a
UAV
little
sent
bit.
out to Pimak Sakti. That one sees nothing, thankfully.
Bit of a quiet game here for Buriram as well. We haven't seen them really do much. I don't think they've run into anybody either. So just a macro game for this team.
Everybody's very thankful. The fact that Buriram has not run into anyone.
They do look like they're
Especially
having a lot of fun.
themselves.
Okay, I think everyone is thankful because generally, right, Buriram isn't really that hot off the grill. They sort of start cold on their first map of their day, and then after that, then the team is like, all right, guys, are ready to go off and warmed up.
Yes, but only at the start of the competition, because
It's
at this
only
point of
Benito.
time, no, they kind of slack off when they're in the #1 spot. Now, the last time we checked, they're not in the #1 spot, so they're
Yes.
going to be hustling. The problem with the team Buriram is that they're so good at avoiding early engagements, so finding them in the 3rd circle, 4th circle is just super deadly. You better hope and pray you catch them at a bad time. Not your bad time, but theirs.
Uh-oh, speaking of bad times, I think this is not a really good time here for WAG.
Oh, this could be the first point for Hotshot when they find it. Hasu collecting that one. I mean, Hotshot also has been just playing on the edge of the map as much as possible, right? They are one of the few teams who play as a pacifist in the early game.
Ooh,
I
look
think
at
that's
that
fine.
circle.
You also get placement points off of that if you survive long enough, so which is good for them. That's something that they need to catch up on.
And at the end of the day, if you're going to name yourself Quailin, you know you're going to get taken down early. Maybe Goku would have been a better name.
Sure, you know, be the main character. Yeah, why not? You'll be there all episode, every
Like
season.
if you're the supporting character.
Like what, Master Yoshi?
Yeah, yeah. No, his other form. Like what's?
That I don't watch Dragon Ball.
Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
What a sin.
Goodness.
Let's see if or not Peak serves Buriram well.
I
They've
mean,
got
no
a revival platform to play around with. MIBR just by the edge of Peak. So perhaps this is where we see Buriram start to pop off, or the awakening of MIBR.
Look at Jonah. He has played 4 out of 5 World Series.
Yeah.
Right, so including this one. And out of 4 World Series, he has won 2 of them.
There's a reason why he's the greatest trash talker of the Free Fire World Series, because he can.
He's earned the right.
He's got the rights. He's
Oh.
patented the rights. No one can
Oh.
ever have the rights for the next 60 years.
Oh, this might not be good here for WAG because I think they actually saw poor Dolphin fly over them.
Man,
Oh, no.
they are going to start rendezvousing with the rest of the squad. Should be able to get an easy pick-off. There's nothing that WAG can do. The Dolphin just surrounded by 2 members.
Whoa!
Charge busters right in his face by On Fire. Just absolutely merciless.
I mean, if one more had gotten that shot off, I think it would have been a little bit more torturous. Just salt in the wound, you know. But thankfully, it wasn't him. It was the SMG, so it's the C-Triple-G. 4 eliminations on, and they are still warming up. WASK, though, this is a good move from them. They spotted out Magic Squad, and they do not want to engage. It's a great way to go about doing things.
RQ finally reset it, so we'll start rotating from that southern side back to Sentosa, back to mainland. This will take a while.
I mean, they've had free reign on Sentosa as well. No one went down there, so they just looted up the entire island.
Thanks to the circle, right? It was so north heavy that
It was,
no
yeah.
teams would go to Sentosa on their first drop. And RQ, while they get to play on the edge of the circle, but I think last we checked there was no one there. So RQ, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, pretty empty on that side of the map, it seems. But in the center, not so much, though. We've got 3 teams in close proximity to each other. So if a skirmish breaks out, oh my goodness. If a skirmish breaks out, teams around them are going to hear it for sure.
It's about to be a party.
Looks like RRQ might be the ones to start this party if they see AGG.
AGG is on the high ground, so there is some inherent advantage, and RQ will have to pass through them. That is good news for AGG. This could be a chance to salvage some points, and Sebas is trying everything he can to start pumping in the damage. Receive some support from his teammate as well. Legalot really taking the heat. Whoop, start. Finds a good nade onto Sajid, and here the Tatsuya dash goes in. The finisher will connect. And Hasu just getting chased. I mean, Hotshot doesn't seem like they're ready to fight this, but they have no choice. I mean, MIBR are forcing them to commit.
Circles pushing, Hasu gets away, Rigby, Drogon, one more shot and he misses the opportunity. One circle around, Rigby finally delivers. Zhao shuts down action as well. Hotshot Esports have one final survivor to get the job done, but can he get away?
Man, immediate retreat from Hotshot. They did not want to fight at all, but
that's it.
Unfortunately, there's no choice, right? You have to commit sometimes. Because of that, Hotshot ends up getting wiped out by MIBR without showing much resistance.
See, that's why I didn't put them top 3. But I didn't expect such an early exit. Better luck for the Pakistani squad in match number 2. But in the meantime, RRQ pretty comfortable just at the edge of Keratin down there, hoping and praying that that bridge is not going to be an issue. So the following circle, circle number 5, is going to be a determining factor on whether or not RRQ walks away with the first booyah.
By the way, Torret just got the entire team scanned by Buriram with the Dinoculus. Obviously, Buriram would not know it's Torret, but the fact that there's a full squad where they are is crazy. And you also have Abe, right? Again, one of the most accurate players we have. 43 headshots.
And that's number 1 throughout the whole first league of this group stage. Peter now outside the circle, has to boost himself in, but goes straight through a glue wall. Right in front of them is Furious Gaming. Thankfully for CGGG, they are not as furious as their name. Pocho gets tagged up. Cosq, one more from outside the circle, getting cheeky.
And there is the A124 as well from On Fire, so he's going to be taking his time. They don't mind using those bullets just to break the glue walls. Just stalling Furious Gaming. The circle is pushing in. And what a shot from Bad. That high ground shot. Absolutely lethal from this man. And he's running the Tatsuya, so repositioning is not going to be a problem.
Is an easy response for Furious Gaming. They were already positioned well, but now the circle gonna leave both of these teams high and dry unless they start moving right now. Porto, the final player, Drogon in hand, On Fire, approaching, and the grenade does not connect. Luwa Melters bring him down, and it will be the RGS-50 that finds the connection to put the first player out.
Man, he sneaks the grenade through in between the glue walls. What a chance! And Peter also wants a piece of this. In Furious Gaming, not so honcho, not so brave after all, getting chased down all the way, and Bad, the one who started the whole fight, is now going to get wiped out. MGS on the other end, also facing the wrath of Buriram, but the Torret, they are just having fun with this. It is still a festive season for these guys.
Let's bid goodbye to Buriram Esports as well, holding on with the one and only Clutch God Moshi. But the question is, will he get another highlight reel? Circle leaves them all high and dry. Torret says goodbye. We'll see you again a little bit later on. Buriram into the circle. We'll have to go through Torret as well as WSK. But one final contender, Moshi! Clutch God gets it done once again, single-handedly.
Man, never doubt this man and his point-blank shots. This guy is made of something else. But now, the real challenge has just been presented. Can they get through the entire squad of Torret?
Here's the thing, sir. He's got the medkits, he's got a vending machine, he can circle on outside, and he's got enough money to buy back all 3, okay, I think 2 players, but hopefully he gets to loot up another box before he gets to that vending machine. It's all up to Moshi now to show us a dream play in this first very game of the day.
Got to look at that circle as well. This is a really ugly one if you are a fan of RRQ and MIBR. They need to find a safe way to get under the bridge, because if they don't get under that bridge, they're going to be at the mercy of WASK.
Oh, look at that. Moshi actually dropped in. Is he going to go on this 1v4 rampage? I mean, this would be a fever dream for BRU if Moshi somehow makes it happen. He's actually on the low ground, so WSK might not necessarily know of his presence.
Didn't go for the risky play of revival. We know he's a clutch god, but can he clutch out 6 other teams as MIBR bites the dust leaving us with only 7 more squads out there. WASK still doing good work with that bridge from that high ground advantage against RRQ, keeping them pincered down, and WAG from the opposite side trying to steal away those knocks.
The RQ is having a rough time. They gotta somehow find a way out of this. You can see they are trying to conserve as much glue as possible, but they're also getting sprayed from behind by WAG. So Pinsett in the middle, RRQ Kazu cannot catch a break.
Moshi's hoping and praying nobody finds him at this point of time, and thankfully there is no troll under this bridge, Danny.
No, it doesn't seem like there's any room for any of these teams to get under this bridge either. But hang on a minute, look at this AGG dropping onto the other side and actually hiding in this corner. So a nice little pocket for them. There's no teams here that are really going to be able to contest them. And C-Triple-G going to be eliminated in 7th place here.
Yeah, good attempt from On Fire, but unfortunately spotted out. I think he landed in the blue.
This is perfect.
It's very hard to get out of AGG though. They need to start making it onto the high ground. This circle is unforgiving.
It is.
Gets rid of WAG. 5 more teams remain.
Moshi at the very edge of the circle, just below this bridge. He's not stepping out at all. He wants to be ignored, and ignored he will be. Abe on his right-hand side.
Oh.
The sharpest shooter of the competition. Will he be the one to find Moshi? Torres, flurry of grenades. Will find its mark, and Ikal finds Genius. A great play. Moshi spotted out as well, but Lozzy just can't find the connection.
And he's still down Dowdy. Dowdy wanted to catch him, and Moshi ends up coming out on top. He is really ruining WASK's chances in this game. Thorat with 10 eliminations, and Moshi still somehow surviving, but now he's going to start popping his head out. And of course, you got to deal with Thorat. All 4 men running at this guy. They want to slay the cause, and of course, this time they will find it. Moshi finally dropped, but after very, very long. So BRU still finished 4th.
Massive round here for Thorat if they can walk away with the booyah. It's only them against AGG and WASK. WASK doesn't have the numbers. AGG, on the other hand, they do not have the position at the very edge of the circle. Lopez down. Sebas nowhere close to getting that save on him. Ikal with the M10-14. Can't circle around because of the glue walls. Goes outside the circle. Risky play, but doesn't get punished for it.
And that glue wall is keeping AGG safe, but not for long. As Thorat will come around the corner and just overwhelm them one by one. There's nothing much left in the tank for AGG, and Thorat starting week 2 off with a booyah.
This is massive for Thorat as well, because last week they really struggled to play in this group, but to start the day off with a booyah on Bermuda, this has to be a huge motivational push for Thorat, because this team, they're looking to put themselves at that top of the leaderboard. Expectations are high and they're starting to meet them.
Last week, first game on Bermuda, Thorat scored a total of 3 points. For them to walk into the final circle already with 12 eliminations in hand is just a testament to how much of work these boys have been putting in ever since closing on Sunday.
And there was a minor gap between Thorat and Lau on the leaderboard, and this one round have just closed that distance. Thorat have officially entered kind of the highest hierarchy of the group stage. They are now with the pack leaders, or at least the second class teams.
Second-class teams. At this rate, I'd say they're almost first class. The team is really starting to put their finger out. But let's talk a little bit about the match that's just happened here on Bermuda. I think we had some expectations for some of these teams, especially after their performance from last week.
Are you talking about Hot Shot, man?
I didn't mention anybody yet.
I mean, they're on screen.
Yes, yes.
And then you talk about expectations.
Yes, there are a lot of teams where we had expectations.
At MIBR, we had expectations.
Yes, we did. But speaking of, though, expectations for some of these top teams, especially after this round, some teams are going to be a bit cold. I think we've had this discussion before for this first round. But is there anyone outside of Thorat that we're looking at for this first game when we're thinking like, wow, they are really hot out the gate?
Hot out the gate.
Out the gate.
RQ Kazu isn't doing too bad, right? I mean, BRU as expected.
C-Triple-G seem pretty good.
RRQ could have done better.
You think so?
C-Triple-G could have done better.
I mean, I can easily tell you the team
I think AGG did hella well in this game.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, this is not a regular placement for AGG. So, yeah, they definitely did. I think C-Triple-G as well as RRQ Kazu, if they had done well enough to get into the final circle, then yeah, they would have taken the cake, but unfortunately no.
Considering the circumstances, you know, it is not the worst, but I can easily tell you one team that was hot last week and completely went out cold. It was GOW. And they put up no fight at all in round 1.
How dare you?
Wow.
I'm putting it out there because
how dare you speak like that of the Bermuda Masters?
Because they're currently in 12th spot,
they are.
right? AGG just had a good round.
Yeah.
And that means if AGG gets one more round like that, they're going to overtake GOW on the 12th spot.
Oh, so they're threatening that top 12 placement. Okay, so pressure is
GOW
going to be
saying
there.
if they get another one,
Yep.
which they're going to make sure it doesn't happen.
Well, we have an interview coming up, so let's see what our winners have to say for the day.
Welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2023. It's your host on Patira here, and it's the second week for the knockout stage. Which team will take the lead? Stay tuned. But first, this team already secured the first booyah of week 2. Congratulations to Torad! First of all, this is your first booyah in week 2. Are you confident in your team performance this week and why?
Ini adalah booyah pertama kamu di minggu kedua. Apakah kamu yakin dengan performa timmu nanti bisa lebih bagus lagi?
Harusnya lebih baik sih dari minggu yang kemarin.
He believe that they can perform better this week,
You
better
think
than
you can?
last week.
Oh, well, we'll have to see, right? And how can your team have so many elimination in game 1?
Kalian punya banyak eliminasi di game tadi. Apa yang menjadi rahasia tersebut?
Lakuin hal yang sudah di briefing dengan tim.
They just do what they already been playing before, and do it with better strategy.
Is there any adjustment you did since last week?
Ada perubahan nggak sih di strategi kalian untuk hari ini?
Harusnya ada. Ntar di match kedepannya bakalan ada lagi.
Okay, yes, there is an adjustment for today, and they will make an adjustment for next game.
Next game, right? And which rank of today that you expect that you will go on top?
Kira-kira kalian bakal punya prediksi bakal di rank berapa hari ini?
1 sih.
Oh, they want to be on the top.
On number 1, right? So we have to see. And anything you'd like to say to your fans who are rooting for you now?
Apa yang mau kamu katakan untuk fans yang ada di Indonesia?
Thank you sudah mendukung kita dari minggu pertama sampai minggu kedua ini.
Thanks for the support from week 1 and until now.
And lastly, who do you think is your key player in your team for the game 1 and why?
Kira-kira siapa yang jadi pemain penentu di kunci kemenangan kalian di game tadi?
Darkol.
Kenapa Darko?
Karena dia kapten di tim.
Oh, again, Darko, the captain.
The captain is the key player, right? I hope to see you next game. And thank you so much. Congratulations once again. It's just the beginning and the thrill is still more. The best is yet to come. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Got to give that love to the captains, doing the heavy lifting for the team mentally and sometimes in-game as well.
Got to give the love to our host on Patira because I think we found a new trash talker of the Free Fire World Series. I love her. I love her questions. They are spicy.
I love her responses, and I don't think she even knows that she's consciously just stoking the flames a little bit.
Look. Above and beyond everything else, we gotta admire Torad.
Oh, yes.
He expects to finish in that number 1 spot by the end of the day, effectively meaning through all 6 games, they need to collect more than 70 points. 70 points more than Buriram. Whatever Buriram can take home, they want to collect 70 points more. I want to see if they can pull that off, because if they can, it's going to be a historic day.
So in
Free Fire.
theory, we're aiming for about 150 points, and you're also hoping that Buriram is going to do terribly today.
When you say 150 points, just know that the highest points we got per day in a day is 112.
I'm just trying to do a little bit of math, because we have to find out what the goal is for
Your
every
math
team.
is mathing. Your math is
Yeah,
definitely
because
mathing.
150 points means that you have to get 30 points for 5 rounds.
Or you get 112 points and you expect Buriram to do nothing today.
Yeah, that's
Which
a big
is
ask.
possible.
It's possible, sure.
I mean, they did almost nothing in this game. So, you know, you just have to pray and hope it happens again and again.
Yeah, but of course for the MVP, Ikao, I definitely no objection. I think in this game itself, he has done more than enough. He's picking up the eliminations. He's really spearheading the operation for the rest of his squad. Then you look at the team comp, right? They run a double 8-1-2-4. So these final circles against Thorat are incredibly difficult to navigate.
Unless you are mechanically skilled and you are better than them when it comes to the pace of eliminations. I mean, you throw Jonah as well as Moshi in there in a 2v4 against Thorat, final circle. There's still a high probability that Thorat's not going to get out of there alive, but working off of this momentum, if they can keep up to their own words, their own hopes from that interview, I think Thorat's going to have a fantastic day. But is doing as easy as talking?
It is definitely not, especially at the world stage. But Thorads are going to kick things off with 28 points for their first Booyah. They're going to be so pleased with themselves. So we'll have to see if that momentum continues. All Glory Gaming picking up a significant amount of points for themselves. But as we take a look at the bottom of the bracket, a couple of disappointing performances here. Magic Squad only netting 3 points. God of Wolf taking nothing at all.
Because of that one round from AGG, they are now in 13th spot from 17th by the end of week 1. And you can see it on the screen right now, right? They are like literally, 11 points away from GOW. If game 2 goes the way as game 1, there's a good chance AGG overtakes GOW. And that is where we really need to start worrying for this team, because they only had a good day 1 last week.
Yes.
Their second day was a bit abysmal, right? You compare the points they got. Day 1 they got 53, and that was off 2 good rounds. Day 2 they got 43. It's a downgrade. Most teams don't get a downgrade, well, except for WAG. They got like 63 and 39, but at least they are still in the hundreds, but not GOW.
The jump in ranking is impressive, but not as impressive when you look at who's in 13th, who's in 18th, and the number of points difference is just 7 points there. So anybody can pull that off. So what's really needed out of this team now is just pure consistency.
Yes.
And we're not looking for back-to-back 6 Booyahs, back-to-back 5 Booyahs if they can take that away. Just average stuff. 5 placement, 5 eliminations, I'm good.
Yeah, you know, like 14 points, 15 points.
Yeah.
Hell, 12 points.
14 is a lot. 10 is average.
I think 10 is reasonable.
10 is
reasonable
the bare
ask.
minimum.
The bare
No,
minimum.
10 every game is a very, very reasonable takeaway.
Yeah, it's the bare minimum, right?
To make it into
I mean, if you don't even get 10, like, chances are you struggle.
Yeah.
You'll be in trouble.
Don't talk about
for
hot
sure.
shot like that.
Well, that is fine and dandy, but we are going to be moving on to Purgatory for our next map. So as we get the players ready for Purgatory, we're going to start talking about what's going to happen for some of these teams, right? So we've had a couple of weak showings. Unfortunately, I think the biggest one was Magic Squad, right? Magic Squad really set the bar high for their team last week, and then 3 points for their first game today. What do we kind of think is the pros and cons for Magic Squad as a team?
Wow, the pros is that 2 of you voted for Magic Squad. But you still,
I believe.
still think Hot Shots
I believe.
And you think God of Wolf is gonna get
You have
Purgatory?
to understand. We
Someone
put this
obviously
prediction.
forgot to change their
We
predictions.
put the prediction in way before the match started. All right.
Today's gonna be a fun day.
It's
We
gonna be a fun
promise
day.
you. It's gonna be a fun week. It's gonna be a
I
fun
mean,
Free Fire World
to be
Series.
fair to GOW, I definitely expected them to do better than what we saw in week 1.
Yeah.
I think even when we talk about Magic Squad as one of the few trendsetters for our week 1 knockout, and then you compare their points, it's not pretty, right? They had a whopping 92 points on day 1, and day 2 they dropped right off the cliff. They only got 58. So it was kind of it was a steep decline for Magic Squad as a team, and even on game 1 just now they also struggled.
Well, what do we think is like the issue that Magic Squad is running into? That's a big question, but like...
You have to understand, you need experience at the Free Fire World Series stage. Like, you know, watching these players get into that arena, and you need to see the kind of energy that these players, especially this Magic Squad, brings into the arena. It's explosive. Explosive enough to shake people up on day 1.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just like the day 1 shebang.
Yeah, I mean, I think like these Brazilian players...
Week 1, if
Okay.
you may.
Yeah.
But, okay, like day 1.
It's like, I think the Brazilian players,
Yeah.
Brazilian teams generally, like very happy-go-lucky, very loud, you know, very explosive.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think teams are starting to figure them out, right? If we notice a trend for all Brazilian teams, out of 3 of them, 2 of them did good, decent on day 1, then day 2 was like a complete drop off the cliff, and then the only consistent one was Loud. But even Loud ran into a lot of problems where, you know, like the second half of the day that they play on, like round 4 onwards, you start to see some very weird drops, right? They started splitting up, they started getting picked off, they didn't get to play the game at all. That is starting to happen to Magic Squad, and it definitely is happening to MIBR.
And I think there is a way Magic Squad and all the Brazilian teams can actually keep this up. Because once again, this is from personal experience. Sasuke, you and I kind of saw it live. The cheers are not as loud after the first day.
Oh.
So I think and I think it's also because, you know, they have flown many hours, they get there, they want to play, they are pumped up for the first day. and you know, they really show their confidence with all of their cheers before the match. It rattles everybody else up. They get into the match, they don't do so good, and then the next few cheers after that are not as rattly, right?
Yeah.
So the other teams are like, the Brazilians are kind of getting scared of us now, and they take that as a huge momentum booster. So if you want to come in with a lot of energy, you have to continuously show that energy. Unfortunately, not many teams are capable of doing that,
Yeah.
apart from, you know, like your two-time world champs, who unfortunately suffered a terrible first round.
And it's also one of the first times that we don't have a group shuffle, right, for the second leg of the knockout stage.
Yeah.
And I tell you the worst
Yeah.
thing is that Magic Squad has been losing majority of the 4v4s.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's against BRU, and guess what? They're stuck with BRU for the rest of the knockout stage.
Yes, exactly.
So if they really want to get out of this gridlock, they have to somehow overcome BRU. On top of cleaning up some of this mid-game plays, because it's starting to get a bit sloppy, right?
Yeah.
They play these long pickoffs, that is fine and dandy,
Yeah.
but when it comes to CQC, they have been not doing so well.
Yeah.
Are you for or against the fact that we didn't have a group shuffle?
I personally prefer having group shuffles
Yeah.
because you are going to give everyone, I guess, another chance at their groupings, because some teams, you look at the groups and you just think, oh my gosh, that is a terrible group. I
Yeah.
want to get out of that group as fast as I possibly can. But
Yeah.
to be locked in for 2 weeks in your groups, I think it's a big con, but
Yeah.
I guess the pro is that you are actually given a chance to research
Yeah.
your opponents and actually figure out, like, okay, we've done this during week 1, let's try something different for week 2, let's surprise them on week 2.
Yeah.
You get to try different things. Like,
Yeah.
this is where adaptation becomes a very important trait for some of these teams. How
is
do you
correct,
adapt
Yeah.
to the leaders?
I think the most obvious example, and I hate to say this, is that if you are in hot shots position, right?
Hey, no, you don't hate to
No,
say
we-
this,
we-
okay?
Because
We are
we established this on last week, where they are in like the worst possible grouping. You look at the rest of the group is Magic Squad, MIBR. Well, MIBR and AGG aren't doing that well, but they're doing good enough, right?
Yeah.
They are still posing challenges to Hotshot. And then you look at other groups. There are some pockets that you can breathe in, but for Hotshot, you are getting like literally strangled. You are facing Thor, you're facing Buriram, you're facing Magic Squad. So
Nothing comes for free in the world except free advice. And I've got one free advice for Hotshot.
Ooh, let's go.
Stop fighting. Get into the final circle.
Oh, I was...
No, seriously, because Husky, you agree, man. We never expected Hotshot to dominate. Okay, not dominate, but do well based on elimination
in the
points.
frags department.
I have a theory of what has potentially happened with Hotshots. So Hotshots is I think we can all agree they are in the predatory group where all the predators are trying to prey on each other. But a lot of people looked at Hotshots and they thought, oh, that's going to be the prey team.
Yeah.
But Hotshots decided, screw this, we're going to be predators too. And that's actually why they're able to keep themselves in the game, because they, as you said, right, they are keeping up in terms of elimination points. Elimination points are usually kept for the more aggressive, the more confident teams.
Yeah.
So, if anything, we have to say props to Hotshots for being able to step up, even though they've been thrown into such a Goliath group.
I agree, and at the same time, unfortunately disagree, because yes, you can kind of like, I hate this term, but man up and go against the Titans. But at the same time, if you're going to have a few Titans, it's also smart enough for you to really make the decision, okay, I know I can handle the gunfight, but it's so much more wiser for me to risk that gunfight in that final circle. Because there have been many times where Hotshot can run from a fight, but they say, no, pride is on the line, I have to stay and fight. No, you do not have to fight. Sometimes love is the way.
They fight for honor.
I think it's like knowing when to pick your fights, right?
Yes.
A very good example.
That's a skill, actually, I
It is.
feel.
A very good example was the fight against AGG, right? It was a fight that they absolutely have to take, because running away is not an option, and they chose to run, and they ended up finishing in 11th.
Yeah.
They would have had a way better chance if they just commit to it. So I think these decisions really impact how the team performs in a round, but it also impacts how the team thinks about the game.
Yes.
If you just want to fight, you're going to lose most of the fights.
All right, I see AJ. He is dead set on watching how these pods get loaded into the.
They
field.
don't.
They don't. They
fly
don't get
in.
loaded in.
They
Okay,
are
they do,
loading
they do,
in.
they
I
do,
told
they
you,
do,
they
they
do
do.
get loaded in.
They do?
Yes,
Yeah,
they
they
are
just-
flying
they
in.
just got loaded in.
we just don't see
They
it.
fly and load themselves in. There we go.
It's like how we didn't see EXPS grabbing that #1 spot on the overall leaderboard, because that's how elusive they were till that final day, final moment.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into Purgatory, our second map of the day for teams in Group A versus B. And our teams are now going to finally drop in and figure out where they're going to be starting this round, where's going to be the high tier loot zone, and essentially what is the main flight path for this map as well. But there are a couple teams that are going to be pretty keen to perform on Purgatory, and I'm seeing a, well, is this where we want to be, gentlemen?
No, we definitely want to be looking at the map.
Yes, that's what I was waiting for.
We definitely want to. This is not where we want to be.
No.
From the perspective, but I.
Well, we got Ekal, so.
You know, it's not always you get to see a flying dinosaur.
No, we don't.
Unless it's a pterodactyl.
Yeah, that didn't look like a pterodactyl.
It did not. It
It
looked
was a
like a
T-Rex.
T-Rex, yes.
Yes.
Can't believe I forgot.
Forgot your dinosaurs. That's fine. Not everyone is knowledgeable in dinosaurs. All right, so hopefully we do get a top-down view because I really want to see where everybody has dropped in. Roughly where's the concentration of teams, concentration of players. But we're going to stick with WAG for now as they do apply a little bit of pressure here onto AGG.
First blood.
And we've actually got first blood.
My goodness. Already. Looks like the Indonesians are starting things off hot. And that goes for RRQ as well. But, you know, I can forgive myself for many things, but I cannot forgive myself for forgetting T-Rex, but remembering pterodactyl?
What?
Yeah. Husky was obviously not paying attention for the dinosaurs.
Sonia!
Oh, he still gets knocked though.
Wow.
The 3-second timer expired. And that's 3 minutes without that ability. See Triple G finding 2 quick picks. And if one more finds Darko, this is going to be a very tough one for Thorad. They were the team that got the booyah in the previous round.
Oh, they're really lucky that one more doesn't have a grenade on him. Let's look at the skills. It's been popped already, so guy will need to chill for a little bit. M1014 in hand. One more going in for the finisher. Not just that, the shot is there for one more. Gets a double for himself. And C Triple G on a fantastic start. Cannot say the same for Thorad.
Not the timing you want for Thorad though. He thought that he found a window to reposition. Gets caught in a random spray by On Fire. We saw Hoshua even picked up 1 point just now. Abe getting his butt shot by GU from behind. So RRQ also not doing that well, losing 2 members at the start.
Yeah. Now, even though Thorad had a terrible start, we did actually see the team getting picked up, so they do have that second chance. But they're going to have to figure out what to do for their loot because they are going to essentially be restarting again. But as you can see on the map here, gentlemen, we are seeing a huge concentration of players on the eastern side.
It is actually a pretty horrible spot for Thorad to come back because they're surrounded by at least 2 full squad. One of them is C Triple G, if I remember correctly. So they have to really pick up the pace. And Nor has already been picked off again, this time by WASK. So Thorad's progression in this early game has been severely crippled. I think the only way out is if they go down south. You go against the circle, hopefully, if the circle is on the northern side, like if we can check it again. But you want to go against the circle and try to play that slow game. There's not much choice for Thorad at this point.
Yeah, we'll just have to see if they end up getting that recovery plan, right? Like, what's the contingency plan? RRQ though, so we see this team back on the map here. Legoloth, unfortunately, is going to be taken out. They still have 3 players, but hopefully RRQ does not get swarmed here because Magic Squad are looking to put themselves back on the map after a terrible Game 1 performance.
This is a good opportunity. If they are picking off RQ like this, RQ will be suffering the same fate as Thorad.
And Loud, actually. Remember Loud last week? The team just constantly getting picked off.
In fact, RQ are already going through the same process because they have, you see, 2 revives. And Abe is completely stuck out in the open. Razor gets sniped from 10 miles away.
Oh my goodness.
There's no help available
Abe?
for him.
I see him.
And Abe, yep, he's also gone. Razor gets collected.
And
Abe
Razor gets
also
picked up.
4 points for MGS.
It looks like RRQ's playing the Walking Dead strat. Just keep bringing everyone back.
They're going for the Guinness World Record.
Might be at
Quickest
this point.
revival on Free Fire.
Quickest revival on
Barely took
death.
a few seconds.
It was matter
Someone
of
is just like on standby.
with the button. It's like, all
Just
right,
press it.
The paddles.
It's okay, guys. You can go ahead and get eliminated now. I'm at a vending machine.
I have money.
I got money.
I have money.
Money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy my friends' lives back.
Buy you back. Oh, goodness. If only that was how life functioned, gentlemen.
It kind of is.
Hotshot has 4 points, people.
I don't have insurance.
Kind of
so-
is. Yeah.
Hotshot just got 4 points at the start. So
Look,
so
I'm happy.
They're picking out some stragglers.
Exactly.
See,
Look,
this is what
gentlemen,
I mean.
The predator mindset.
I'll tell you, this is
Sometimes
the-
the prey has to just grow some fangs, grow some claws. You got to get in there, fight with the predators.
You might have overlooked this, but AGG has the lowest average survival time in week 1.
Yes.
Which doesn't feel like it if you look at the overall stats, right? You would think that WASK was the most short-lived team, but it was AGG.
Yeah, because surprisingly, WSK plays their placement points pretty decently. Can't say the same for the eliminations. So they do get into
What was that?
more circles, but they just don't get their shots on point like Abe does.
I thought that was like a mini mosh pit from AGG, just 3 men stacking together. They're gonna try to move on foot in that open area. You can say the same for Hotshot as well. The game is slowing down. No teams are eliminated just yet.
Yeah, I mean, every team at this point is just trying to preserve themselves.
I mean, this
Take
is
it
how
nice and
Purgatory is
slow.
supposed to be played. The map is huge. It's got enough room for everyone. Definitely 12 teams.
Assuming you don't get that, you know, the lovely split down the middle of that circle. But I don't think that's going to be the case this round. It does seem like it's moving away from the river.
There is a chance
Or
to
I
still
could-
land on the southern side.
I could be jinxing this. We don't know. It's a little bit too early.
I hate to point this out, but it's hit shot, not hit shoot. Wait, it wasn't beyond. Which team had the highest headshot rate? Wait, what?
No, Abe had the highest
Per
headshot.
person. Okay,
Yeah,
okay. This
yeah,
is
as an
the overall
individual.
team.
This is as a
Okay.
team,
I
which
thought-
is not bad at all.
I thought I was tripping.
I mean,
113 headshots. That is crazy. Out of 12 rounds.
I mean, Abe alone had 43.
Oh.
So 43 versus 113 as a team.
I mean,
Sit down, Buriram.
But
We
that
know,
means that-
two-time world champs.
That means they're getting an average of 10 headshots per map.
Not surprising though.
If you put that into perspective, suddenly it is super impressive.
Whoa,
Pick up Pocho from the skies
Uh-oh.
again. I feel like we've seen this before.
And okay, but how many times have you seen Hotshots getting it done round and round?
My
Like-
boys are doing it,
My
gentlemen.
goodness.
They just held the
And
revival point
AJ
hostage.
told me there was no way this team was going to get a booyah today. I
No,
believe.
No.
Booyah, maybe not.
Do
Top
not
12, yes.
rephrase my words. I did not say that they are not going to get a booyah. I just said that the probability of them hitting a booyah is really low, but the probability of them getting average points, very, very high.
should be
I
my-
definitely
That's like a
see
gentle
Hotshot.
way of
You
not
should be
saying
my-
they're going to get
No.
booyah.
I definitely see Hotshot in the finals. I just don't see them as booyah collectors.
He should be my lawyer someday.
But you already have a lawyer. You don't need another lawyer.
See, now you're gonna break up, bro. Okay, sorry. Now you're gonna get dumped, bro. Your girl's a lawyer. She's gonna be like, what? Hey, Mustachio's better than me?
I believe your price is more affordable.
Oh!
I do not need a
Jeez.
diamond ring for you.
Well,
She's not
hang on.
watching, okay? Thank God.
Hold on. I'm
Fair
not
enough.
sure if you actually know
Fair
HG
enough.
that well.
I'm cheap, okay? I just want some good Indian food, and
See?
I'm good.
I know a good banana leaf rice place.
Yeah, you see, the job.
All right, back
done.
to the game. All right, so Furious Gaming looks like they're able to get 2 players back into the game, but this is just not a great position at all. If anything, they might just be giving away 2 extra heads
Two
to another team.
Hotshot.
If Hotshot storms the place right now,
Yeah,
they can just wipe WAG.
but let's not do that Hotshot, okay?
Yes.
I mean,
Don't.
yeah, I think 5 eliminations thus far is great. We'll stay there first.
They're halfway through 10 points right now. It's just the placements.
Yeah, you just get the placements and you kind of tick my box. That's all I want from Hotshot. Give me an average of 10 to 12 points and I'm going to be the happiest shoutcaster in the world by the end of the day.
This is actually a tough round for them, considering that we still have the whole lobby alive. Well, minus 2 players.
Yeah.
So now is how do you handle that late stage of the round? Right? Can you
Yeah.
make it through? It's not a round where teams are taking each other out. You have so much space to work with. You have to fight.
I mean, you two did mention, right, the fact that Hotshots are in this game because of their elimination points.
Yeah.
And their issue is placement points.
Correct.
So yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to get the recovery in. Speaking of recovery, though, it might not be a great game for WASK to recover because God of Wolf is actually on the hunt.
But you can say that for God of Wolf, they want to recover after that abysmal performance in Bermuda. And they start things off hot by getting a knock for themselves. But the guy has been picked up already. Genius backs away. Smart move from him. Izagot, though, storms the front. One guy up on top the watchtower, but no nades popped in just yet. Izagot doesn't keep an eye on his back. And Zizok shows up with a Drogon, puts him down.
Oh, and he got the reset from the Sonya as well. So he gets the stab, but unfortunately just not enough. I mean, WASK kind of having the hot shot moment. For a while, they were running away and they realized that, man, we have to fight this. But it was a bit too late. They were down in numbers and GOW took too much space. But it was a good attempt nonetheless. GOW finding 4 points.
Actually, this circle is going to be a little problematic for the teams on the eastern side of that river because they've got to find a safe path across. And it's a really easy point for a lot of the teams within the circle already to actually gatekeep.
I mean, and obviously style points for GOW as well. Deanne scoring the final elimination with a Kobe, a three-pointer outside the circle. You gotta love those shots.
So FG now in the frying pan, Thorad finding 2 already, and this is a good recovery considering the fact that Thorad had a pretty slow start, getting picked off one by one. You can see from the overlay itself, everyone has been revived at least once on the team, so that is a good pick-me-up along the way.
This has been a really tough game, unfortunately, for Furious Gaming as well, and even RRQ, although it looks like RRQ did manage to recover. The team split earlier on, they've regrouped, they are now together, and now they are fighting up against Hotshots, and so far things are just not looking too good for Hotshots.
But Hotshot has to fight. There is no running away this time. This is the only way for them to get points and get further into the game. And again, when the lobby is so populated, you have no choice but to fight your way through. And they actually did lose one member, but he was picked back up. Anas now against Legalov. That shot does go wide. RQ is starting to pincer in and create this strangulation against Hotshot.
Razor boost in front. Tatsuya helps him out. Blue wall melted, does not find the connection. Action and Sergeant can do a 2v1 here, take Razor out of the equation. And that long shot does find the connection. Razor down to the ground. Grenade launcher. Hasu, he can push on force, but a grenade response cluster for Sergeant to eat up. Really low on that HP. Sergeant stays alive, only to be knocked down by the blue right outside. Anas is playing cover from the back, but the guy doesn't have any line of sight.
It's a battle of attrition right now. Sergeant is most likely going to be eliminated, but actually Action picks him up just in time so they can get to continue this rotation. See the Trogon in the hands of Action as well. Hotshot, they actually get to surround the members of RQ. The grenade bounces off, and Anas plus Action, they are both already gone. Thorad out in the 11th place. Hasu needs to get something in return. Sergeant, but Legalov stands his ground and picks up both of them. So Hotshot gets knocked out instead.
Oh, but now the issue here is that RRQ just stayed in the blue zone for far too long. So this is going to be the end of the road for this team, unfortunately.
Absolutely, unless, of course, we see another wonderful play, just like what Moshi showed us earlier on. But speaking of Moshi, your two-time world champs already leading themselves in towards this next circle, circle number 5, and they will brush shoulders against MIBR. Right behind them is going to be the team of CGG, but they cannot gatekeep them because of those high walls, and it'll all go to MIBR to take advantage of this. If CGG gets up to the top of that hill, this is going to be an advantage for the Thai squad.
Temporarily, because the circle is not in their favor. So they eventually have to move, but they also have to get rid of MIBR before they even have a chance. And just as predicted, RQ Kazu wiped out by Magic Squad, and now here comes the fireworks show. On top of MIBR, Koski already finds a knock onto Stark, and there's no way they're gonna save him. They will attempt to pick him back up, but now MIBR is gonna be split up. Peter from the flag on fire, joining him as well. Both drop low, one more needs a bit more assistance, and they pull through at the very end. One more and on fire, both get knocked. Gio and Bobs now show up as Magic Squad finds safe haven in the circle, and they pick up the whole squad of MIBR.
And Buriram shows up to the party as well. Is this a great advantage for Buriram or a mistake as they lead themselves straight towards CGG? They wipe out the remaining players, but now in straight line of sight of Magic Squad, Buriram might have just teased a little bit too much of firepower early on, but this next circle is going to be the determining factor as to who walks away with the booyah.
All right, looks like the team got to figure out where that circle is to try and be as safe as possible. But God of War, though, they are starting to show up in this round. But can they maintain this position? Is it going to be enough to keep them in the game? That next circle, it's still sort of in their favor, but they are literally stuck on the edge right now.
AGG not making it easy. And it's even more tough when BRU is involved in the conversation. Furious Gaming trying to keep quiet, but BRU is heading straight for them. WAG, on the other hand, will have to just take GOW's offense in the face. It doesn't really feel like WAG have any plans of fighting this head on.
The two titans, Buriram as well as Magic Squad, they were at a disadvantageous location. All of the smaller teams closer towards this next circle, but all of them were so scared to get into an engagement, and they've allowed that opening. Buriram now already on that rotation from that right-hand side, on the very edge of this next circle. They get to gatekeep Magic Squad, and AGG gets to do the exact same thing. Brazil, how will you survive?
The Magic Squad will have to move right now. If they wants to stand a chance against Buriram, they gotta somehow take care of AGG. You see the Split Titan actually flying straight towards BRU, exposing them just for a little bit, but Magic Squads have bigger issues to deal with. It's not just AGG, but it's also the blue zone that's gonna force both them and AGG into the open, into the crosshairs of GOW and BRU.
Oh. Actually trying to go in for the block there, but it looks like WAG going to be ending the round in 5th place, but it looks like Magic Squad leading with 11 eliminations so far. On the other side, though, the teams are going to have to make their way in as well. We're coming into the final circle here, AJ, and we still have 4 teams remaining.
They have, and all of the teams, they do have a couple of crates to play with, so you want to be proning at this point of time. You don't want to be standing up. Even if you do go down on your knees, you can get your head shot straight off your shoulders. 12 eliminations for Magic Squad already, but they are not starting the party just yet. But here comes those glue wall melters, courtesy of Team AGG, and the response is there as well. Buriram on prone, get high, just trying to spray down some of these glue walls with his LMG, but it's pretty unsuccessful.
Get high is running out of glue walls. This is his second last glue wall. He has one more left in his inventory, and that would be it. GOW also tossing just a barrage of glue wall melters. That's the last glue wall from Get High. Dequan only has one more, but it's actually BRU in a rough spot. Get High, unfortunately, has no more defenses, so he is out of this game.
The teams are out of time now, gentlemen. Time to move.
Big play by Butson. Jonah really low. And now they focus all of their firepower onto Magic Squad. Here comes the double. Make that a triple. Make that a quadruple. Glue wall melter. Magic Squad has to move straight into the compound of AGG. AGG rotates around towards GOW. That leaves Buriram to shut down Magic Squad once again. Joel really low on that HP. Mini Uzi in hand. But he's going to get sprayed down in the next couple of seconds as Wasana finds Bobs as well. GOW manages to take AGG out of the equation, but Butson needs to find that survival as Yago gets shut down instead.
And it's between MGS and GOW, and GOW desperately needs this booyah. It is a recovery round for them. GU is healing up, but that blue zone is starting to take that health away. He doesn't have much time to work with. GU out in the open. Tatsuya dashes into Volley's face, actually finds the low ground instead. Butson tries to help him from the corner, and Bob finds the CQC one tap. GOW's host might be dashed. It's 1 against 2. Volley trying to keep it together, but that blue is not making it easy. This maze is not helping him at all, and MGS, what a round for them.
I like that, the chains. Everybody else fist bumping this guy. He stands up. Everybody bow down to the kings. Magic Squad back in the house to work their plays.
They have the best, I mean Brazilian teams have the best celebrations, man.
They do.
Whoever said that it was exaggerated, was it like BRU? Let's say that
no, they said it was exaggerated because the final circle was pretty much easy.
It was like 4v1.
Yeah.
Quote unquote easy. But it's good to see Magic Squad back in the game here, because we have seen them have a bit of a shaky performance on week 1 at day 2, but to see them come back, take the booyah on Purgatory, and also lock in a number of eliminations as well. It's going to push them right back up that leaderboard. But again, my concern for this team is that their consistency is a little bit off. They have great games, and then they just have games.
Big round for GU. This guy picked up, like, well, last we checked in before the final circle, he had 6 eliminations already. So more than half of the total that the team got for themselves. But yeah, Magic Squad is just a fantastic round. You see Tautoret recovered, RQ Kazu also recovering. This one, definitely kind of a missed opportunity for Hotshot. They had to fight this, but RRQ just landed the necessary shots.
This was a big commitment as well, and I think this was an issue that we sort of had with a few teams last week, staying in the blue zone because they were so dead set on getting these eliminations, but at the end of it, they get the elims, but they're also knocked out. Like, the pros and cons for this, it is so difficult to juggle whether this kind of play is worth it or not.
I think the play would have been worth it if there was a better read of that situation by Hotshot. Their sniper, who was trying to back them up, did not have a clear line of sight towards their opponents, right? I mean, that in itself is a terrible fight to take on. If your main backup has got no capability of taking anyone out of your opposing teams, then, you know, it's not really an engagement you should be going out for. But of course, Circle closed in, Sajid got knocked out by the blue, and that just sent them into panic mode. Unfortunate for Hotshots, but at least they picked up some points before getting kicked out.
And then, of course, we see in this final clip here, Magic Squad getting that final booyah. Now, here's the thing. God of Wolf in this late game.
Yeah.
Was there any other way that they could have approached this to actually eliminate Magic Squad?
I think you just need to win the CQC, right? It was
just the CQC situation.
It was a 3v3, and the first knock came from MGS. It was Chargebuster. I believe it was Bobs who landed like a one-tap. And by that point, if you lose one member, there's no window to recovery, right? You just have to duke it out. So I think it's just who gets the first frag. And unfortunately for GOW, it was MGS.
And it was a really smart play from GOW as well. So could they have done things better? No, I think they did a lot of things right in that game. Especially that final rush where they saw Magic Squad approach them and they said, I'm not going to deal with you. I'm going to rotate around and pressure the team that's already in a good defensive position. But of course, let's see what the winners have to say.
Another game and another winner right here with me. Congratulations to Magic Squad. Once again, last week you usually use the Orion character. Now you changed it to Tatsuya. Is there any reason for that change? Can you explain why?
Parabéns pelo Buia. Na semana passada você estava usando o personagem Oreo e para essa semana você mudou para o Tatsuya. Tem alguma especificação por que você fez essa mudança?
Eu acho que a alteração foi mais porque o Ori era um personagem muito individual e o Tatsuya eu consigo jogar muito melhor com o Boot. Porque ele jogando de Tatsuya e eu de Orion, ele avançava e eu ficava para trás. Agora com dois Tatsuya a gente consegue criar muita mais jogada junto.
So mainly Oreo is a very individual character. So with Tatsuya I can have a better match with Boot, the other rush from Magic Squad, so we can go together to face the other teams.
Right. And who is the key player of your team in Game 2 and why?
Qual foi o principal jogador do time nessa segunda queda e por quê?
Eu acho que quase sempre vai ser o Bops, porque como ele é o capitão, ele sempre passa as melhores coisas pra gente, sempre faz o que a gente tem que fazer, acalma o time. Então essa partida principalmente eu acho que ele acalmou bem, coordenou certinho como que a gente tinha que jogar e deu certo.
Usually it's always Bops. Since he's our CPT, he's always giving us the coordinates and telling us exactly what to do. And in this game it wasn't different. He did it again, so he was the main player.
So Bob did it again, right? And what is your team target in today?
E qual é o objetivo do time no dia de hoje?
Acho que sempre é consertar os erros para vir melhor para a final. Jogar sempre melhor do que o dia anterior, para na final a gente estar no nosso melhor dia e, se Deus quiser, levantar a taça.
Our goal is always be better than we did in the last days, fixing some things so we can play better in the final and hopefully be the champions.
Be the champion, right? And lastly, any advice for aspiring gamers looking to compete in your level in the future?
Algum conselho para quem busca jogar competitivo no nível que vocês jogam hoje, no futuro?
Eu acho que nunca desistir sempre é o ponto principal. No Brasil, principalmente, tem muito campeonato amador que os jogadores que não têm tanto reconhecimento conseguem jogar junto com os profissionais. E se destacar, a oportunidade vem e chega aqui também.
Never give up, especially in Brazil where we have a lot of amateur tournaments, so amateur player can play with professional ones, and if they got some stack, they can hopefully be in a big team.
Right, so never give up, guys. Maybe in the future, it might be you who will compete in this competition. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Hopefully this is not going to be the end for Magic Squad, or at least hopefully we get another interview, another booyah, solidify their place at that top of the leaderboard. But again, hopefully this team can figure out their consistency because, again, they're fantastic games, but you can't survive off of a couple of fantastic games.
When they have good games, they look really, really solid, right? They look super polished.
What's the average score they get for their great games? Because like we've seen a number of great games coming out.
In the 20s.
24-ish is like their average for a great game.
So this is way beyond their average game. This was not an average. This was a damn good
fantastic
game.
game.
Like
it's a hella good game.
You know that they can do it because again, right? Their good games are always in the 20s.
Yeah.
So like if it's in the 15s, then it's like it's okay, right? Average or slightly above average. But these guys, they have the capacity to rake in big numbers. That's how they got 92 points on their first day.
Yes, exactly. And look at this.
GU, man. GU.
7 elims. This guy carrying his team.
And to have 3 players on your elims leader for the top 5 is insane, right? Let's take a look at who the MVP is going to be for the Brazilian squad. And of course, it's going to be GU with 7 eliminations, 2,468 damage, 6 assists, 11 knockdowns. I mean, it could have been way more than just 7.
Which is out of this world because he is one of the returning veterans from Brazil, right?
Yeah.
Even last year on the world stage, he was one of the highlighted players on Magic Squad. So right now, he really is proving again that he is one of the force to be reckoned with, and MGS is one of the few teams that still actively run the Skylar on Yago. And it also answers the questions, how can Yago get these 9th? He has the Skylar.
And GU, one of the only ones that actually still runs J-Beeps out there without the rest of his team members getting that done, right?
He's like one patch behind everyone else.
Bob 7 with a 3-6-0-2 on the damage, but let's take a look at the match standings. Did they hit the 30 in this game?
They did!
Yeah, they did.
On
30
the nose.
points.
Magic
What a
30.
massive booyah for the Magic Squad.
So going to be a big bump in motivation for Magic Squad. Let's hope this is going to be what really shakes this team up and wakes them up for the rest of today. At the end of the bracket, though, as you see, RRQ and Thorad, 2 teams that we were sort of expecting to do a little bit better, not doing so great. 7 points, 2 points. We know these Indonesian teams, they can really play if you give them the chance. It's just, unfortunately, Purgatory, not going to be the map for them today. But overall standings, we do see a couple of changes here. Magic Squad going to be pushing themselves up and keeping their spot. If you take a look at their competitor, you know, Poco Stars, pretty far away now. I think Magic Squad are going to be pretty comfortable until they have to play against Poco's grouping.
And you can see overall, they are the second team to get, or the third team to get more than 3 booyahs, right? The other one being BRU and EXPS. So Magic Squad, they're actually progressing very well considering that you're competing against the likes of CGGG, RQ, Kazu, BRU, and they're keeping it close. If that round 1 went slightly better, I think they probably would have tied with CGGG.
Yeah.
But another team that has been surprising, has been impressive so far is AGG. Both rounds they finished top 4. Second in round 1, 4th in round 2.
That is correct.
Slowly closing that gap, trying to get into that top 12. I mean, that's the goal for the team, isn't it? Because they aren't quite there yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody wants to get into the top 12. Only the best of the best will get that done. And especially if you're in the bottom 6, you want to bring in consistency like this. But of course, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, more action from the Free Fire World Series.
Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2023. We just come back from a short break and also concluded our first 2 games. We've still got 4 more to go, gentlemen. I am very, very hyped to see what's going to happen for this game number 3. My name is Danielle, and of course joining me is the Mustachio, AJ, and Husky over there. Gentlemen, what do we think is going to happen for map number 3?
I'm not excited for AGG, actually.
You're not excited?
I am now excited.
Oh, you're now. Okay. So, you scared me. I was like, hang on a minute.
You scared me. I doubted myself.
We're all out of sync. So, map number 3 for anyone that's just tuned into the broadcast is none other than Alpine. And of course, we have already had our first 2 games on Bermuda and Purgatory, with Thorad taking the first booyah, and then of course Magic Squad taking the second booyah of the day. Now we're going to be having a quick look at our top 3 headshots for the day, and it's going to be Wasana, Abe, and Seabass.
Man, Wasana overtook Abe in just 2 rounds. That's not good, Abe. Not when you have 36 accuracy.
I mean, you know, it wasn't too far away in the first place, so catching up is good. At least that will force the Indonesians to really step it up, right? Because if by the end of the day, of course, if they can win the Free Fire World Series, it'll be great. But if they cannot win that, at least there's going to be a couple of other stuff that they can walk away with, such as titles as the greatest accuracy or the greatest headshotter of the Free Fire World Series.
There's one, I wouldn't call this anomaly, but there's one isolated case I want to quickly talk about, right? CGG, they got 27 points off of 2 rounds, but both rounds, they got majority of the points through eliminations. First game, they finished 7th. Second game, they finished 7th.
Yep.
They got 19 eliminations in the process.
Yep.
Well, sometimes you're going to get those eliminations if you want to stay on top of that leaderboard, right? I mean, C-Triple-G is a massive team.
That's why I'm the only one who said they're gonna take the. I mean, they keep coming so close, and then they get taken out in the 7th place. Not so close if you really look at it.
Actually, it really is.
We're close to the circle, like proximity-wise, but placement points-wise, it's very sad.
But I mean, at the end of the day, like,
I was looking at some numbers.
Spen's not focused at all.
It's fine.
No, it's. I guess it's fine. You
but
know.
I also think Thorad is gonna have a better time out there. I mean,
You
they
think
started
so?
off the day hot, and then game number 2 was
Okay.
unfortunate for the team.
Let's take a look at the statistics, because I know you 2 gentlemen have it. How does Thorad generally do on Alpine?
How does Thorad generally do on Alpine? They are your #1 team on Alpine. They've got the most number of points on Alpine. Even if you average it out, because not every single group plays the same number of times on Alpine, even if you average it out, they are still the best scorers on Alpine.
Oh, wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything to add, Husky?
Which is pretty crazy. I'm just looking at today's stats so far. They actually only played 1 proper round, right? Because round 2, they got wiped out in 11. They only got 2 eliminations.
So it's comeback time, really.
I mean,
for
game
Alpine.
1, they walked away with 28. That's massive for Thorad.
Yeah, if you think about that, right? Like, they only got 2 points on the second round, so majority of the points came from that booyah.
Yeah.
And because of that, they are only 3 points behind Magic Squad, who also suffered the same fate as them on round 1.
Yeah.
Where they got wiped out in 9th place. They got, 2 placement points and 1 elimination.
Yeah.
So they're actually kind of in the same boat.
Yeah.
So if you want to say consistency, C-Triple-G is the most consistent team.
Oh, wow. We're talking about Thorad, then all of a sudden C-Triple-G comes into the picture.
I think Magic Squad would be a little insulted when you say Thorad's in the same boat as them. They would be like, wait a minute, we are on the bigger ship.
They're on a
That's
different
not their
ship.
slang, but you know, we're going to go with it for the time being.
Okay, so aside from Thorad, who has statistically done quite well on Alpine, are there any other teams that could be major contenders for
C-Triple-G.
C-Triple-G, yeah.
Literally those 2 teams. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes,
Thank you for the input.
I mean, you want to talk numbers? Numbers don't lie, right? So,
I mean-
yes, C-Triple-G,
All right.
they're definitely not the best team like on all maps, but if you want to say teams that perform good enough to be contending, then you have to include them in the conversation.
Yeah.
But should we also include like Buriram into this conversation? Because that's also, generally speaking, they've been a Goliath of a team in these A groupings, period.
Yeah. I think if you want to include Buriram, you can include Magic Squad as well. Both of them do very decently well on Alpine. What's going to come down to the wire here for teams like Thorad and teams like C-Triple-G is, I mean, clearly shown from game number 1 and 2, whether or not they falter early. Because clearly in the elimination department, they do really well. But, you know, sometimes luck is just not on their side. And what Magic Squad as well as Buriram does so well is navigate through those obstacles to get into the safe zone. Whereas C Triple G as well as Torret, once you put them in a situation where they can fight or get to a better spot, they just say we're gonna slug it out.
Actually, that is true. They do get a little scrappy in that late game.
And the direct opposite of those teams is AGG, right?
Yeah.
What AGG has in the first 2 rounds is what C Triple G lacks. So AGG has a lot more placement points.
Ooh,
but
look at
elimination
that high tier loot
not
zone.
doing that well.
It's in forest red.
I mean, I'm just thankful that we get a flight path smack dab in the middle of the map, which means the teams can finally take a breather in Alpine, drop
Who
far
wants
away
forest
from
red?
each other.
Who
and
is going for that though?
Oh, but-
MIBR.
Wasana's like, sorry, teamwork, who, what? No, I'm going on a scouting mission.
Why not? It's
And
Wasana.
and nobody else is near. WASK has got one player near him. Genius, that's not a smart move.
But it's fine for BRU because they take the entire snowfall, right? So
Yes.
the entire northwestern side is their territory. Like, I mean, Wasana can go. It doesn't really matter too much. They have plenty of time and space to work with.
Yeah.
But if Wasana starts picking up eliminations, it's actually a bonus for BRU.
And this is going to be an experiment for us as well. What happens when a mid-tier team takes that blue circle? How big of an impact does it bring into a match at this stage?
Well, you gotta look at GOW first because they had a good round. But if RQ wipes the floor with them, we are gonna go back to square one with this Vietnam team.
If or when, sir?
If or when? Soon.
Nice answer.
Let's see if GOW can work against all odds, but to take on a P90 this early in the game is going to be a little tough as Rigby finds the first elimination. MIBR making good work off of that blue high-tier loot zone.
Just get rid of Wasana. And he's gonna get revived soon, so MIBR just score an extra point. GOW, they are starting to face some extra pressure because RQ are closing in and there's not too much space for GOW to work with. Volley is actually the weak point. If he goes down first, it's going to be bad, but they did trade 1-for-1. Iza was able to get a knockdown and Luz actually gets the turn. Abe also eliminated, instantly revived. So RQ not committing fully to this, but Magic Squad shows up. It's actually just Butsin alone and the rest of his team, they're also here to join.
2 players from the side of Magic Squad slowly circling around towards the right-hand
Furious
side as
Gaming?
Lee Kwang gets dropped down onto the ground. Furious Gaming wants a piece of this action as well, and this may just give a lifeline to either RRQ or God of War. But look at this, GOW not waiting on ceremony. They go in straight up for the rush, but I think this is a terrible decision.
He wants the vending machine, he wanted to revive, but he rushed straight into an ambush set by RQ. Razor was like, alright, I'll take your money, I'll buy my teammates back. GOW left with just one dude, and they are left with none.
Wow. Furious Gaming actually securing that elimination for themselves. That should have gone to RRQ, but they didn't go for the secure. They probably weren't expecting any other teams to be here, and to have players from 2 different teams, who would have expected that?
Well, Furious Gaming, this is exactly what it feels like to be vultured upon. You shall face the furious wrath of a couple of teams in a couple of seconds. Magic Squad backing away. Butson down on the ground as Razor takes a shot. But Butson did manage to get that instant trade before getting knocked out of the equation. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, Bob just hanging his own teammate to drive. That he saw FG showing up and he's like, alright, I guess I'm bailing as far as I can. But he was able to get 1 point before he left, like you mentioned, so it's not all lost for Magic Squad, but for RRQ, they are not in a good spot. I believe Abe is already far away from this hot zone, so if those can get some extra points, it will be a cherry on top.
Good fire back. Parafal not getting it for Pocho, but the mini Uzi opportunity. But the defense play was great there. They should be outnumbered here. RRQ does still try to buy a lot of time for the squad single-handedly, but the revival gameplay does get the spray down with the P90. Like I said, early game, you don't want to face off against the P90. If that Sonia wasn't there, that would have been able to get bad as well. Great save from that active skill.
That gets the reset, pick up the 3rd point, at least the 3rd point from RRQ. 5 eliminations for Furious Gaming. One of the better rounds they have.
Smart play from Abe. Not only is he a sharp shooter, but also a great decision maker, managing to back away from that craziness to play the game of survival. Right outside docks, he does have a vending machine, but does he have the money though?
I think he was sitting on 100.
Okay, he's broke.
Yeah, so not a great day for RRQ. I have to say that the RRQ has fallen victim to a lot of these very early pressures, and they just cripple themselves from the get-go.
I think that was just an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, like
It was.
Yeah.
like 3 different teams decided to show up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. They showed up against one team and then they didn't realize, hang on a minute, there's 2 more teams
They're
coming
like,
in.
well, GOW, good, we are getting those knocks, we're gonna go in for the full commit, and the Magic Squad shows up, and the
Yeah.
Furious Gaming shows up, and RQ was like, oh wow, this isn't looking good.
Yeah, if I was Hotshot, I would not be taking these hot shots so early in the game.
Or they
Oh my, they are focusing on the wrong side of the
Oh,
map.
they saw.
Oh, look at this. They're
they
like,
saw
oh,
Buriram.
guys, we're out of here. We need to leave.
Yes, good call from Hotshot. Action instantly puts down the glue wall, and they are gonna start backing off.
And this is just Apex Predator stuff from Buriram, right? Just slowly sneaking up on their prey, who just happens to be a Predator when it comes to their logo.
They're standing their ground. Apparently, Hotshot, they are gonna attempt this.
I'm actually surprised. I
No.
thought they were just going to use Anasa as bait, but to stick around, this is ballsy.
Good news for them is that Buriram is backing off. Another thing is, if Anas decides that they need to back off, at least the
Oh
rest
my.
of the team can run. Anas is gonna get dropped because that Sonya will time out. So it's time. You just run right now. I think if you're Hotshot, you just back off.
They're staying.
What's the use of guts when you are not alive?
They're gonna try. Anas dropped again. Surely this is the time to run. All right, Moshi just found Hasu. Surely you back off, right?
Oh, looks like the team is sticking around.
Okay,
This
one
is-
of them is
okay,
running
one.
away. Thank
All right.
goodness.
Ah!
Oh
Fantastic
gosh, we have to
stuff.
hope that they don't get clipped here though. But it looks like another team is going to be coming in. They've heard the noise here, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's about time Hotshot gets out of this. Took a bit too long. They
Here
could have
comes-
saved 3 members instead of 1.
Here comes Furious Gaming.
And they
They are split though. It's a 2-2 split.
It's an unfortunate. They've
Ooh.
called for that backup already, so the 2 players from the side of Furious, Pocho and Bad, they just have to play the timing here. In the meantime, WASK have got no time to waste against C-Triple-G, who are eating them up one after the other. And Sajid gets a double revival, not a full squad back for Hotshot. So the Pakistanis need to find a little bit more money out there on the battlefield.
Oh man, such move from Peter, he just ran away. So Mr. Ali couldn't proc the Sonya reset. So Mr. Ali ended up dropping because it timed out. And just like that, C-Triple-G gets a full wipe onto WASK.
That was a 6 snipe.
Man, big brain from Peter, honestly.
Furious Gaming, smart move here to back away from the engagement, especially with the setup of Buriram. They've got 1 player on the left flank already, and it is going to be annoyingly the sniper of the squad as usual. Jonah sticking together alongside Wasana as well as Get High. Just trying to tag up these players from the side of Furious Gaming, perhaps catch them off guard with that flank. And the 3 players going in for the rush first as Poncho gets down.
Moshi found the snipe from a different angle, and Furious Gaming, they
Beautiful
are all
stuff.
gonna just drop like
Beautiful.
flies. Pocho has a great launcher, but you need some miracle. They actually have one of them fly away, Get High.
Oh, no!
It's just gonna wipe them off. Furious Gaming once more. Just
Dude, big brain stuff, man. Once again, Moshi, the sniper of the squad. Long break off towards the left. And that's what Hotshot tried to do in the previous game that just wasn't executed well enough. Watch and learn, boys.
rough one for Furious Gaming. It all happens so quickly that there's just no time to react.
Alright, looks like we are looking at a potential river circle. We are slowly drifting down, but everyone needs to move towards the southern side of the map if they are looking to get into that circle. Now, RRQ, we know this team is horribly crippled. They are, I think with this knock that we're down to 2 players, I don't recall seeing another pickup.
Actually,
yes, you
it'll be
are
3.
correct.
It'll be
2.
3. Yeah, this is only one.
They have...
No,
oh,
if this one goes down, they have 2.
3.
No, they actually managed to get the full team revive. I didn't
they
see
did?
it before.
Yes,
Yes.
now that
Yeah.
comes
So
back.
they're now
And
back
now
up
he's
to full.
back.
All right, RRQ's fine. I think they might need to rebrand to like, I don't know, Revive Rex.
Hey. Calm down. Okay, RQ is a good name. It means Kings of Kings.
Kings of Kings. They keep coming back. I mean, they're really good at the reviving
Okay,
game.
I
Gotta
don't,
be
I don't
honest.
know about the Kings of Kings title, but they're all right. They're all right. RRQ is a great team.
Wasana just hit 50 headshots on the world stage.
I think if you want to give the title of King of Kings, we just saw the team on screen.
Oh,
they
no.
deserve the title, but can they hold to their title this time around as well? That's going to be the biggest question.
Yeah, they might be Kings of Kings, by recognition, but the team name isn't Kings of Kings.
Yes.
Like,
you
if
are
your
correct.
child's name is called King, that holds so much more weight than an actual king.
If you name
Don't-
your son King,
Yes.
you are.
My daughter is a queen. That sounded super wrong. I take that back.
Oh, no.
That sounded very, very wrong. I
I
regret everything I
no
said.
comment.
Magic Squad outside the circle, playing a couple of games at the stadium just moments ago, but they realized that it's time for Free Fire this time around. Can't play that at the stadium, gotta play it in Alpine. And with that one elimination and of course the revival of a Budson as well, he's wasted that initial loot. So let's see if or not he will be able to go back to his MVP days once again.
You'd think that they have
Oh,
more
Buriram.
go on them, but GU actually has nothing. And Hotshot, thank goodness, was able to somehow at least get one revive.
Hold on, gentlemen. We
Rest is
could be
gonna go.
looking.
Oh!
Wow! That is a disgusting circle.
On the two teams that needed the most, AGG and
Oh,
Hotshot.
jeez. And we
Uh-oh.
are. And look at the pathing for some of these teams, right? So Thorad.
Two teams scanned out AGG.
Yes.
There were two Dinoculars
All right,
on them.
hang on a minute, gentlemen. We're probably looking at a very scary situation here because Thorad, for them to get into the circle, they have to get past Buriram.
Or they just wait and slowly follow behind Buriram, and they've got a vehicle. Take a long route around. Because this circle they can still tank. In 3 seconds, it's gonna hurt.
It would hurt, yes. All right, everyone else, though, looks like we have a few teams already positioning themselves quite nicely in that circle. RRQ, in the meantime, going to have to try and find their way inside as well. Going to have to pick up Legoloth here. But oh boy, gentlemen.
Oh, this could be the end of Hotshot. Buriram has already showed up.
I don't know, Hotshots are looking pretty safe up there.
Pick on someone your own size, Buriram.
It's all for the World Championship, right? This is one way to get it.
There is no honor. That's exactly what they said.
You carved the way by blood.
All
RQ
right.
now shows up.
Patience, Hotshots. Patience.
Right
Do
in
not
front of
reveal.
Magic.
I think they just need to wait for the best timing, allow someone else to make some good
Thorad.
noise. Thorad comes to the savior for the players of Hotshot. Sajid up top, he's got the Groza. I want to see what he does with it.
And also WAG is in the vicinity, right? So BRU actually will be under a lot of pressure if Hotshot just waits this out. Hasu is going to give a lot of information because he's caught in the middle, but Anas and Sajid, you just have to wait it out. Buriram is going to swarm, circle around the tower like a bunch of sharks, but let the other teams come in and do the dirty work.
If Hotshot starts firing super early, I'm going to be very disappointed with the boys. This is the game that decides if or not I continue supporting Hotshot.
We'll have to see if
They shot!
Oh my
They
gosh!
shot!
Yago will
And
take
they
action.
shouldn't have shot anyone! But Hasu finds a good knock
Oh,
on to
no.
Duck.
They're both down.
Abey trades him back
no.
out. That's unfortunate.
Mistakes were made.
Should have stayed put, should have stayed put. Hasu get picked off. That is the worst case scenario on AGG against MIBR. Caught in a deadlock, basically. That blue wall posing a lot of problems, but Pitbull shows up, finds a Sonya, but unfortunately gets instantly gunned down. Shield broken as well. Joel now needs to somehow keep it intact. Joanne can't find the spray just yet. Stark Tendo backing him up in time. AGG out in 9th place.
MIBR proving that the high tier loot zone can definitely give you an edge, especially on teams that are definitely on your own ranking. On fire, not so much on fire this time around. He burns down to the ground, all thanks to GU. Darkall will find a confirmation from afar as well, all thanks to the snipes, and C-Triple-G now waiting to measure up against Magic Squad.
BRU is fighting RRQ. RRQ decides to just drive right in, and BRU decides, you know what, we're not going to deal with you. We will deal with the other teams that are further away. GU kind of messing up their ice cream a little bit. RRQ finds themselves. They wanted to fight Buriram, but ends up getting shot by GU. So RRQ just not catching a break this game. Razor is already gone. That's their rusher, and Deuce also gets clipped by a nade from Jonah.
Thorad throws 2 players into the circle, 2 hanging outside. Perhaps to engage against Hotshot. The 3rd one goes, and the 4th player follows suit as well. In the meantime, Buriram United under a lot of heavy fire here by RRQ, but Duds and Abey both sorted out. 10th elimination for your 2-time world champs, and they're not done and dusted just yet. They still get to gatekeep the team of Hotshot right after they're done with this battle.
Okay, Sajid, just stay put, Sajid. You have a good opportunity to work with it. Hotshot actually has 2 more members left. I believe one of them picked himself back up thanks to a Dimitri. Anas is going to get spotted by Wasana, so this is not good at all. Sajid will have to play a very crucial role to keep his team in the game.
And the circle, it's almost upon us, and it's a dead center river circle. And it's going to be in favor of teams on the right side of that river as well. This is going to be an insane ending.
You can also decide to take the bridge, but of course that's going to be a risky maneuver depending on exactly where circle number 7 will lead us into. If it stays on the bridge, you luck out. If it gets off, then you're probably going to put yourself in a very rough position. So decision-making time for all of these big boys out there. Buriram on the other hand, bagging player after player, but Team Torres on fire as well as Jonah gets taken out with the grenade launcher. C-Triple-G doing the dirty as well as they dispose of players from the side of Magic Squad. WAG out in 7 and Hot Shot still alive.
What a rush from C-Triple-G onto Magic Squad. BRU down to the last 2 members. 12 eliminations in the bag. Peter finding another point for his team. On fire gets picked back up. C-Triple-G finds some space to reset, but MIBR, they are going to be under the bridge right now.
This is a pretty good positional advantage because a lot of teams, they don't really look under that bridge, and that could be a really good surprise spot for MIBR to come in. But looks like Buriram United eliminated, so the Kings of Alpine, C-Triple-G, they are still alive, but someone, will they take out the Kings?
Hot Shot.
I mean, 2 of the members of Thora got taken out by an ability, so this is just horrible news for Thora. They're down to the last legs, and look at who's left in the game, MIBR and C-Triple-G.
Are we looking at the Kings or the Kingslayers?
This is a testament to anybody who wonders, should we take that high tier loot zone? MIBR, loud and proud, they say hell yeah. With that high tier loot zone, they've led themselves all the way into this final circle, and they're gearing up for the Booyah as well. This time they take on C-Triple-G, and a beautiful knockdown onto Cosq by Zhao. That M1014 getting the work done, but one more right on top with the sniper. He's gonna be a threat to the squad. On fire from the back, Drogon with the first pop, doesn't find the player. Through the window, and Peter finds the connection. Zhao down on the ground. On fire finds Rigby as well. MIBR, 2 more players up against the 4 from C-Triple-G.
Man, Rigby messed it up a little bit, but there's still a chance to reset this. Peter let that zone that timeout, but On Fire literally just won the game for his team. Stark 10, the only man standing, and he's against the entirety of C-Triple-G. An absolute disaster for MIBR. Can he get the zone that reset? They're going to block him out with the glue walls, and C-Triple-G claims the Booyah. Man, a fraction of a second could have made all the difference. Rigby had the right idea. On Fire, Sonya was pumped. Rigby was running away, decides to turn back, gets knocked, and On Fire gets the reset on that shield. If not, MIBR would have won that round hands down. So, man, that fraction of a second gave C-Triple-G the Booyah.
C-Triple-G are going to maintain their position as Kings of Alpine, getting that Booyah, securing themselves a whole bunch of points. But AJ, I want to hear your thoughts here, because Husky gave his perspective on why he felt that MIBR could have taken the match, but it didn't happen. What do you think went wrong for MIBR ultimately?
Nothing, everything went great. Yeah, I mean, that was a great match for MIBR. Great game, making it into the final circle. This is one of the lower ranked teams, mainly because of consistency issues, and they go in, big risk gameplay, looking for that high tier loot zone, drops into that blue circle. I asked this question at the start of the match. What sort of advantage does the blue circle give you? Pretty clearly a lot.
A lot.
I mean, them not getting the Booyah is completely fine, right?
Yeah.
Like AJ said, this is a team that needed as much points as they can get. Booyah is a sweet +3 bonus, but that was definitely one of the few opportunities that they could have gotten the Booyah.
It would have been like a +3 from the extra Booyah points, but then also +3 because they would have had to eliminate those C-Triple-G players as well. So essentially 6 points they missed out on.
So it was more like a micro moment, right? I think we definitely would have it on a highlight. Most people might have missed it, but it was that moment between like Rigby. If he just bought another half a second, I honestly think MIBR would have had a chance. But overall, even without the Booyah, I think they did great.
They sure as hell did great, because not only did they personally take AGG out of the equation, and AGG was above them on the overall leaderboard, they did so phenomenally well getting into that final circle. This game alone should leapfrog them into the top 12, guaranteed.
Well, I'm so excited to see that leaderboard. As we finish up our highlights for the end of this round, and this was the final hurrah here for MIBR and C-Triple-G.
Look at this. Like, on Fire, because of this reset onto Rigby, was able to literally continue to tear down MIBR. That could have been a 3v2 in favor of MIBR if On Fire didn't get the reset. So, the value of Sonya is out of this world.
The value of Sonya really shows and shines through when it's played in the right hands, right? Because we saw the final player from the side of MIBR, he had the Sonya pop too, and he was disabled by a glue wall.
Yeah, just block it out, right? Wait out the timer. Just let the player tick out himself.
Yeah.
And that's it.
So are we essentially predicting a nerf here for Sonia being a little bit too strong?
Sonia
No?
needs a buff.
Needs a buff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sonia's
wow.
a flip of a coin, if you ask me.
Honestly?
Unless the player is like Moshi or on fire. But of course, we want to see exactly what Arn has for us. Let us shoot away with the questions again.
Halfway through the competition in the knockout stage of week 2, and we got another winner from another team right here. Give it up for CGGG. First of all, outstanding performance of sniper role from you. And how can your team got so elimination in game 3? Can you explain a little bit of your strategy here?
เกม 3 เราได้อีลิมเยอะมากเลย เราอธิบายแผนการเล่นของเราให้หน่อยได้ไหมคะ
ก็แผนการเล่นของผมก็คือเจอก็ยิงหมดเลยครับ ไม่สนว่าชาติไหนครับ ก็ใส่หมด
Our strategy is that we shoot everyone that we foul. Yeah, we don't care who they are.
Don't care which team they're from, right? So that's the winning attitude, I guess. And what is your most favorite weapon and why?
อาวุธที่เราชอบที่สุดคืออะไรคะ เพราะอะไร
AWM ครับ เพราะว่าดาเมจแรงมากครับ
AWM because they have the most damage in the game.
Right. And how do you and your team prepare yourself coming into the competition this week? หมายถึงว่าเตรียมตัวยังไงบ้างกับการเข้าสู่การแข่งขันสัปดาห์นี้ค่ะ
ก็ซ้อมครับ ซ้อมหนักๆ ซ้อมเรื่อยๆครับซ้อมครับ
We keep training and training hard.
Training hard is the key, guys. Any words to your enemies here?
ฝากข้อความถึงทีมคู่แข่งของเราหน่อยค่ะ
ก็ฝากถึงทุกประเทศนะครับ บนสังเวียนไม่มีคำว่าเพื่อนครับ บนสังเวียนไม่มีคำว่าเพื่อนครับ
There is no friend in the stage.
To any national and any regions here, there is no friend in the game. That's what he said. Give it up for CGGG one more. And the thrill hasn't stopped here. Brace yourself for more right after next game. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
One more looks nervous.
Yes, we should be bracing ourselves, gentlemen, because
He's like,
you know
one
what?
more elimination point, not an interview.
Jeez. Okay.
Maybe just 1 point shy of the booyah.
Just one. It's fine. You know why? Because we've got Kalahari next.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
That's the RQ Kingdom.
The spicy map. Actually, it is. I think it is RRQ Kingdom, isn't it? They just do so well on that map. But let's take a look at our elimination leaders for the round, which just completed on Alpine as C-Triple-G pick up the Booyah for the round. And I think everyone was expecting this Booyah to come at some point.
Yeah.
Had to be an Alpine, one of their best maps. Makes absolute most sense here. But for our elimination leaders, we're going to be looking at Peter on the side of C-Triple-G, taking first place with 6 eliminations for the squad.
My goodness. I'm excited for that, right? Making it up to the list. You know, we don't see much members from Ffws Gaming in general, so he also had a pretty great round. But the MVP this time is going to be Peter. Just charging in with this Tatsuya, getting all these opening frags. You know, you can make an argument that it's one more, but Peter...
I was going to say the exact same thing, Husky. I was going to make the argument that it has to be one more.
But I would say that one is more like a mechanical error from Rigby. Right? It was
And that's what I'm
oversight.
talking about. I mean, On Fire was, you know, arguably one of the great players there as well. But of course, Peter, most number of eliminations. Nobody's going to complain at the end of the day, as long as someone from the team, I guess, walks away with something.
You got to pick someone at some point, so it's on the same team. It's fine. Like,
guys, 7 knockdowns, you know, 6 elims, very efficient.
yeah, sure. Let's take a look at the standings for the match that just completed as well. So, of course, taking home the most points for the round, it's none other than C-Triple-G, who picked up those 12 Booyah points and the 14 elimination points. That's going to be 26 points for the round. Whereas Buriram, even though they finished in the middle of the pack, they had 12 eliminations. They actually managed to finish with 18 points.
Yeah, I mean, and this is great, right? Especially because just before this third game, we were talking about that. What about C-Triple-G? And I think Husky brought out a great point. Placements-wise, they weren't really doing all that too well. 7th place twice. But eliminations-wise, they kept up the end of the bargain. We were looking for the exact same thing, except a difference with the placements, and they did exactly that to catch up to that 2nd spot. Now, just a arm's length away from BRU.
But can they catch up to BRU? That's the big question. And honestly, I think it actually might be possible today. No, because BRU, they set a massive record last week on week 1, day 1, but C-Triple-G are really putting their foot out there today.
It's pretty crazy that EXPS isn't playing today and Dew is still the MVP leader, right? So one of our most consistent players we have on the international stage. We saw him in the video early on before the show starts. This guy really does know his stuff, though I feel like he doesn't really like the Brazilian team celebrating. I don't know, maybe that's just the Thai teams because they've been winning.
I like that sort of rivalry, but you know, Dew made a big promise in that interview video.
Yes.
Where I think
he will 1v4.
No. Yeah. He said he's gonna get the MVP highlights by the end of the week. Unfortunately, EXPS is not playing today, but tomorrow I'm looking forward to that highlight reel. He's gonna go 1v4, and here's the thing, I think he can pull it off, but long range, not close range. You know, I mean, Dew's Dew, but he's not Moshi.
Oh, fighting words.
Right? That would be highlight worthy.
Yeah.
Can you imagine like they asked him to film the video and he was just waiting for himself to show up? And he
Dew
never
and
did.
Moshi both do great long range, but you take Moshi, you throw him into a CQC, the guy works wonders. And it's not the first time. We saw it last year on the Free Fire World Series. We've seen it twice just in this season alone.
He uses a long range weapon for CQC. That tells you a lot about him.
Hey, if you can use long range in CQC, I mean, I think you're good for life. Yeah. Now, speaking of range, we're going to be moving on to Kalahari for map number 4 today. And I know a lot of teams that love playing with range, they love playing with Kalahari. But I think teams you've got to look at in particular here are the Indonesian teams, because for some reason, Indonesia is just remarkably good at Kalahari.
Yep. You're, of course, looking at RRQ Kazu as the main leaders here. We also need to keep our eyes on Magic Squad as well as C-Triple-G. And I think Magic Squad more than C-Triple-G, because in this particular matchup, I think they really expected to get into the final circle and do well.
I'm looking at AGG, Furious Gaming, C-Triple-G and RQ, because these 4 teams, there is a chance that we see 2 of these 4 teams ended up in the same compound, and we have like AGG wiped out very early on, like what happened last week, right? Which was not good for them.
All right, so we're going to throw our predictions onto the screen. Now, I'm going to make one correction here for my prediction.
Yes.
I'm going to be shifting RRQ to first place because I do think they have a very good chance. I don't know if we can move it here, but they have a very good chance of actually taking this map. Now, one thing I want to note here for RRQ is that in particular for Kalahari, they're a team that really likes to take Refinery. And we haven't really seen anyone contest them on Refinery yet. Do we think there's going to be someone that actually is going to pick a fight with the Beehive? Because someone has to at some point. You can't let a team that is so comfortable playing in one particular position that has consistently gotten booyahs to just keep playing like that.
Well, they also don't actively like look for Refinery and then take over it, right? They were constantly on the move, at least on the Kalahari round where they got like 37 points. They shot at Refinery and you're like, wow, that's a squad, wipes them out, loot their bodies,
but
and
then
they move on.
But then they went back to the Hive. Like that was something that the team did, right? Like they would move around, look for the elims, come back to Refinery, do it again. It was like their HQ. Like someone's got to do something. You can't let them just go home.
It's a tough area to contest, right? You really have to be up close and personal.
That's why I'm thinking like, does someone need to hot drop them at this point? Because
now, I
you
think
can't
they
really contest.
will be hot dropped.
You think they will?
There's a high probability they'll be hot dropped by GOW, but it's not going to happen on Refinery. It's going to happen at base camp.
Oh,
because it's happened more than once. And I think GOW refuses to give up the spot.
And I think Refinery is just generally an area where if you can avoid getting down and dirty, you just stay away, right? Because if you get caught in the wrong spot at Refinery and the circle doesn't favor you, you end up in more problems than you initially wanted to have.
Yeah, there is a method to this madness whereby you drop, if you want to play with Lady Luck, you drop right on Refinery and you hope and pray you get a sniper. If you want to play it a little bit smarter, you drop in those compounds close enough to Refinery, find those snipers, and then get that high ground advantage and start raking up all of your elimination points. And teams that have gone with the latter of the strategy has usually walked away from this map with a lot of elim points.
Because what Refinery does for you is that regardless of where the circle heads towards, you always have a good place to start. And but it's more like when the circle starts moving away, teams tend to hold on to Refinery a
little bit
too
too
long.
much.
And that ended up, working against them. So far, we haven't seen that happened yet on the world stage, which is a good sign. Like, teams are learning that it might be a good spot, but it's not the spot where you have to, have your grave on. You have to move when the circle doesn't favor you.
To help the teams counter scenarios like that, it's very evident that Garena has added in more grappling hooks to the game.
Yes.
So these days you see a lot more of those players taking those very risky maneuvers, staying up on high ground a little bit too long for my liking, but all because they know they can very quickly maneuver around with those grappling hooks, right? But if, of course, you're not lucky enough to get that and you take one risky maneuver, we know exactly who's going to get punished today.
Speaking of risky maneuvers, hopefully we're not going to be seeing too many teams decide to fight outside that blue zone, especially if it's one of the third ones. We've seen too many of those, I feel, the past 4 play days.
Yep.
If it's a refining circle, a high chance we see that happen.
You think so?
Because there will be a lot of teams
elevation
wanting to go to the high ground, but there will be a lot of teams stuck under refinery, and that's where it gets very, very messy, because at a certain point you just can't leave, right? You can't even go up. You are just waiting for people to come to you, or you kind of just die out.
You just pitch the tent, put the sleeping bag, kind of pray that no one comes down.
Basically, right? It's kind of a death trap. It can be one.
Well, speaking of that death trap, we are ready to fly into Kalahari. The players are ready, the teams are ready, and let's see what that flight path is going to be. It's going to be a little off to the side here, so not over refinery, but look at that.
That's going to be a hot drop for sure.
God of RNG turned into the devil of RNG on this map. I mean, flight path? What flight path?
Look at RRQ. They're gunning for the refinery compound straight, because this flight path is going to prevent a lot of teams from taking the southern side. So RRQ, they're going to head straight for it. One of the few situations that, you get control refinery early on from your drop.
Oh, ATG, don't do it.
Oh, thank God.
Thank goodness.
We talk about Ffws Gaming as one of the teams that might get hot drop, right? And this is one of my worries. It's not RRQ, but they're up against Thorad.
Thorad did do decently well today. Ffws Gaming, on the other hand, apart from getting one player on that Elim's leaderboard, nothing much in terms of noise being made. But Wasana, early downer here as Razor finds that snap onto him, takes it out. Peter low on that HP. Oh my goodness, still survives that onslaught.
What?
Circles around, takes Rigby out, Stockton trades him out. Beautiful trade with the Bison. But Zizox now from afar trying to chip on in. WASK out of nowhere. Want to play a hand in this.
That should not have happened in favor of Peter. He should not be allowed to walk away with a point like that. Just out micro the Stark. But at least for WASK, they get to pick up some free points. Hopefully, Zizox is desperately just frantically firing. On fire, ends up dropping finally. WASK picks up 1.
Hot shot, one player moving, two players moving into this action as well. Action himself, no pun intended. Zizox down. Sergeant on that right-hand side flank alongside Action Genius. That's never a battle! And what a shot from Action, all thanks to the Drogon. One pump off that grenade, but Sergeant down on the ground. Action has to back him up. Opportunity out in the open, and Hasu is there for the save as well. Hot shot, cleaning up stride.
Man, hot shot, hot drop.
My
4
God.
Illims just like that.
There's maybe Kalahari's the map for hot shots.
I think
at this rate it could be every map. But I have to say though, hot shots to make that kind of play, very ballsy, very brave.
Yeah.
And the fact that it paid off for them as well, that's going to be a lot of momentum moving forward.
A lot of points already, right? Again, 4 points. Like, that is a lot, even if you get knocked out early. Oh, Ffws Gaming, bad, going for the execution onto Darko, finds it. Hush, still once more, here they come.
Look at this is not the first time this team just flies in and decides to stick their nose into the hornet's nest.
Man, they have had enough for sure.
Against Argentina this time around.
They're
Don't
going.
get to see this on your World Cup for football, but in the game of Free Fire, you definitely get to see a battle between Pakistan as well as Argentina. But the Argentinians not waiting around on ceremony. They say goodbye, adios, baby, as they back away. Vending machine right behind them. They're going to leave that high and dry. And Hotshot not going to go in for the chase just yet.
It was definitely a show of force, right? Because no one just shows up like that. And Ffws Gaming knows that there's no way that they can fight it. And you don't know who is dropping by your compound. So giving up that area was the best decision they could have made.
Hang on a minute. Is this RRQ actually leaving Refinery to look for eliminations? Interesting move for this team to pull off something different. Okay.
Also challenged by WAG. 3 minutes on that timer. Ffws Gaming still getting chased down by Hasha. I guess this is inevitable. The charge. What a shot from Hasu. How did that even happen? Action traded back by Hasu. He's gonna be back there. Picks up his teammates. Still taking some damage though. Oh, your legs are exposed. Bad just breaks his kneecaps.
That's not gonna be too much to be punished from that equation. They pull up yet another glue wall and Hotshot right back in the driver's seat. But please slow the pace down as Soydela gets knocked down. I think this is the point where Hotshot says this is the final aggressive engagement we take.
Which is great.
No, you do not stop the Hot Shots train. You let these boys go. You let them fly with these wings. I believe.
Nope.
They're going to get 8 points if they take out Bad.
They are going to get Bad. Unfortunately for Bad, he's just out of options. But this is where they stop. There is just no more rushes that I will accept from Hotshot.
Yeah, you can actually just stop here and play for placements.
Yeah, amen.
You have done more than
You
enough.
do that right now. I mean, if Hotshot rushes in, I'm going to be deeply disappointed. It was a fantastic start for them at Kalahari. They just need to stick with this number into the final circle, and it's going to be a brilliant lobby.
The only acceptable aggression is if they get the booyah by doing that. If not, I think it's fine, right? You got 8 points.
Yeah.
That is...
Look, you already said it yourself, right? 10 points average. And they are literally just 1 position away, or sorry, 2 positions away from actually getting that 10-point average. So, yeah, no rush. No foul, and it looks like AGG going to have to go for a double pickup. So back to, I believe, their full roster here. But RRQ, the team's a little bit split here, and look at this. Oh dear, this is not a place to be.
See if Buriram wants to get a little excited here as Razor manages to spray down Jonah, but not a lot from that instant trade from Moshi. Jonah gets picked right back up. And no harm done here. Buriram still gonna find a beautiful circle around. But RRQ, 1 player on the zip line. Like a lot.
You don't want to drop here.
That is a long, long journey for Legolas. Finally touched down, but he's all alone.
They lost Razor as well, and I don't believe they picked him up yet.
No, not yet.
Yeah, so this could be a bit of a scary moment if Buriram does decide to continue over to Refinery, which it looks like they do want a challenge for this.
They're going to try and scan for him. Magic Squad, they are all on top of this crane.
Oh, nice. And that is the nullifier of your drop damage or your fall damage.
What?
Hotshot bros, don't give me no heart attack on this match, man. Come on.
Honestly, if they get knocked out after getting 10 eliminations...
No, unacceptable. See, okay, I said average of 10 points. They got, I think, 3 points in the first game. Let me see if I'm correct with that. Hotshot. No, they got 1 point in the first game, 6 points in the second game, and then 8 points on the third game. So thus far,
so now
none of the 3 matches, they have hit my average.
They need an outstanding match now.
Absolutely. And it's so easy to do that. Just get into the final circle. Don't act like a hotshot, even though that's your name.
And it looks like, okay, a pretty center circle right now. It's going to be a little above Refinery, but no certain circle as of yet. But teams are going to have to start moving if they're not already there. And I don't believe we're looking at too many teams that are possibly going to run into each other. I think the only skirmish we may have seen was actually God of Wolf. But we're not seeing their perspective right now. RRQ, though, grouped up together for eliminations. Going to continue their loot. And WAG pretty open as well, although they might catch out God of Wolf here because the team is split. Interesting.
Really rough spot. Yeah, we'll run behind.
Might be it for Dian.
The terrain. She just stays alive for a little bit. Oh, Pitbull, what a shot on Peter. Oh my goodness, ducks back down. So just grazed by 1 more. Cause kill to support on the side of CGG, also in a 1 versus 1. Meanwhile, Pitbull and Rigby, they're going to rush. They want to finish off what they started in the previous round. MIBR, they are here for revenge. CGG picking Peter back up. Stark 10 taking massive damage. Rigby also, the Sonya pops. He needs to find a reset. Can't get it. Again, CGG just outmaneuvering MIBR. Sending 3 of them to the grave already. And this should be the end for MIBR. Pitbull, you got to run.
Yeah, the MVP there was definitely 1 more. Stark 10 was the backup player who tried to interfere in that engagement.
Is he free? He's free.
He only has 200 gold though. He is...
Look, better alive than dead.
I mean, 200, I think you how much to buy back 1 player? 300, I think. You need 1,000 to...
Are they going to chase him? They are.
Oh my.
There's
RRQ is going to say,
though.
hello, my friends, we meet again.
Or it could be the other way around and C Triple G say hello, RRQ, free food. Who's free
Oh.
food here though?
Yeah, thank goodness Legolov stayed behind. So he's gonna see that one isolated member from C Triple G, but it's more like Abe will be under fire. Swaps to the charge buster, realize that the range is too long. Now Sonya gets popped again. I mean, C Triple G is playing around the Sonya reset so well. Peter does get dropped by Duz. RRQ needed a trade, but they need to do a bit more than that.
Great play on the Mag 7. Razor is holding the back lines here, backing up Cosq, backing up his partner as they keep their eyes on Cosq. A good buyback from Cosq as well as Peter gets brought back into the match, but into the next circle. And Peter's literally going to fly outside of the circle. Let's go, baby.
It's still early. He's still got a chance.
I don't know about that.
You don't know?
You barely have loot on yourself. Unless you drop back on your own loot box.
Legolov is playing a very important role right now. Can see he's the only one in a safe spot, but he also needs to decide when they need to back up. You can't stay there forever. Unless they rush on Peter, that would be great. And Peter, such maneuvers with the Tatsuya to just pop and weave around the bullets. He's not done just yet though. He feels like he wants to fight this. It has Cosq backing him up. Legolov gets found out, so this is just bad news for RRQ.
C Triple G with the opportunity, and that's holds on Sonya on the reset. But Cosq doesn't get the elimination this time around. That's the final player, and RRQ bites the dust as C Triple G picks up the 10th elimination.
Big loss actually for RRQ as well. Favorites to potentially win this map. So now the floodgates are wide open. C Triple G is also a very big contender to take this game. And look at this, the next circle is going to be on Foundation.
And WAG actually scanned out Hotshot with the binoculars. BRU also scanning them. The Hotshot, they have a lot of things they need to consider right now. You might be in the circle, but they are literally two big teams about to show up, and they scan 6 people on the southern side. This is not going to be an easy one for Hotshot, but Torre on the other end, they are going to start dealing with GOW. Well, not GOW, GOW dealing with WAG.
Got to hold the fort here, gentlemen. WAG. They've got a wolf out of the picture. So we are now down with 9 teams remaining, gentlemen, as we head on over to this next circle. Teams need to head into Foundation soon. Otherwise, they will be taking some critical damage from that blue zone. We've seen this in the past. And Thorin actually running into a bit of a skirmish. MIBR out of this fight. Unfortunate.
This is a rare leaderboard to take a look at. Hotshot in the 2nd place with 9 eliminations. And WASK, this is not a team you want to try to sting at this point. C Triple G is hot.
They are absolutely on fire. This could be another 4 points to them. Again, towards the southern side of Hotshot is actually BRU. So actually, Anna's finding the snipe, but he needs to collect, he needs to confirm the elimination to make it count. We will check back that in a bit because WASK about to fight C Triple G and they're starting to fly away. One more out in the open. Only Peter got to reposition.
Ali tanking the blue for some weird reason. He still wants to snipe only one more, but in the meantime, the rest of the WSK players slowly circling around. One more wall between them and C Triple G, but Dowley, M18, 17 in hand. Just one good headshot should be able to do them in, but he repositions and Peter needs to scale across the wall here to get any sort of a point on him.
Magic's got landed behind these two teams, so they get to gatekeep them. AGG also there at Foundation as well. This is starting to get a bit hard for C Triple G and also WSK. One more, getting his head taken off by Ali.
Beautiful play by Ali. On fire now, taking the high ground to play it against WSK. Sees Ox down on the ground. Dowley, the next one to follow.
Peter,
but on fire, traded out. Peter, beautiful shot onto Dowley. And he does manage to find that confirmation.
Oh, thank goodness they traded him out. And Peter just ran straight into 3 guys and just opened fire. That could have been disastrous for WASK. Sitore on the other end has to deal with WAG coming out from the low ground. Magic Esports also there. This is starting to get very crowded.
Very crowded. There's a high ground circle as well. So teams on the low ground are going to have a massive disadvantage, especially if they're trying to find that next safe zone.
Quad kill for On Fire already. 12 points for C Triple G.
8 more teams alive. We're heading into 5th circle.
Wasana down.
Not a good number of players out here, man. It's just going to be absolute pandemonium in a little bit.
Duo at least stay up long enough for Wasana to be picked back up. But Wasana also needs time to heal. No problem. Not an issue. Get high. Circles around the corner. This could be AGG's big moment to get rid of BRU. Get high.
This will be
Shot
huge.
down and they wall off BRU. Good ambush from Joel.
I'm just dumbfounded, man. I don't even know how they pulled that one off, and Hotshot finally
Hotshot's
joining
flying
the
in.
party.
How's this team constantly flying into these fights?
I mean, beautiful stuff. And once again, they are going to be in a beautiful position on top of everything else. Yes, you've got a little bit of high ground advantage for some of these other teams around them, but they've got the walls of this compound to work around with. As WASK bites the dust in the 8th spot. AGG against Hasu and his RG.
Yes.
Hasu with the first knock. Lopez claims the elimination onto Wasana as well. Moshi all alone outside the circle. Hasu has an opportunity against him as well. Grenade is going to turn into a cluster. Moshi barely tickled by it. The second one doesn't find the connection, and Hasu says, I'm going to try later.
I like this move from Hotshot. They realized that they were a bit too far forward, decide to back off and pick on the isolated stragglers. And Moshi is going to start tanking a lot of the blue up. Sajid actually takes him out, so they cash in their 10th point. Arnas does get dropped though, but that was the courtesy of Moshi. Doesn't matter, they'll pick it back up.
Ffws also buying back a couple players as well, so they are going to come back into this fight pretty strong. But remember, they will be under-equipped, and they better hope that they even make it back into this fight alive, because this circle is tiny. They will see these bodies flying.
Anas needs a good one, manages to tag one player. In the meantime, Lopez gets one more. This is the opportunity now for Hotshot to eliminate CGG on the right.
And even take some extra points from AGG, right? Again, there's only one guy left from AGG. Hasu cashes in on the 11th point. Hotshot outperforming expectations. CGG also down on numbers. Peter, he doesn't have much left. You see the utilities being thrown towards the glue wall of where Hotshot is, but CGG, they have to somehow outplay Hotshot like they did the other teams.
They're going to deal with On Fire as well, because he is getting some pot shots in from the side, and they haven't really focused their attention to him at all. Magic Squad, though, trying to get up onto this high ground here, running into one of Hotshot's players that is completely isolated. They're not in a position to back him up at all.
What? Anas? What was that shot? Gio does trade it back. Now Sajid, you got a lot of heavy lifting to do. Finds one, finds both of them.
Sajid!
And Sajid might have saved the team, but Hasu takes out to the blue, unfortunately, and Sajid ends up going down. So Hotshot, they have lost 2, but they gain 2 in return. It's not the worst. Yago also will bleed out, so Hotshot, you're still keeping it together.
It's a great position to play on that circle as well. The wall backing them up, but Magic Squad just on their right. A well-lobbed grenade can do Hotshot in. Anas, as well as Action, they have to be really careful. Gio trying to tag them up, and the glue wall melt is doing its work already. It's going to be the Trogon against 2 players from the side of Hotshot. They want to get that elevation. Trying to hop on over. What a spray! Hotshot! That headshot to Action instantly puts him down through the ground, and it's now a 1v1 between Hotshot and Magic.
Man, I thought they were going to go in 2v1, but somehow Gio finds the isolation. WAG is now out, so Hotshot guaranteed top 4. And CGG surviving through all of that ordeal, but now they gotta deal with the full force of Thorad, who will just run at them. Anas, he's hiding, but Peter is looking for Anas. He's gonna run into him. Anas, can you survive this though? Give yourself a fighting chance. Thorad running at CGG.
Anas holding it together for the squad. At least take the 3rd placement. Get the podium finish, baby. Peter down. North. Beautiful stuff. And MGS takes the 4th spot. Hotshot still alive and kicking, but Thorad looking for that booyah. Not just Peter down and out of the equation. Hotshot, they will take the 2nd spot. They take 9 points from placements as Thorad grabs the booyah.
What an ending.
Hotshot, baby.
Monstrous round from Thorad, monstrous round for Hotshot. Could not have played that any better.
Oh yeah.
Early aggression to nil, 8 points, and they cashed in like, what, 6 more towards the end.
I have to say, this is a pretty quiet game for Thorad. I don't think we actually saw this team at all up until the final circle as well. Following CGG and following Hotshots as well. And then for Thorad, I mean, they come in at the end. Very nice ending.
I mean, it's always brilliant to be the silent assassin of any and all lobbies. That's exactly how EXPS caught up with the race, and they eventually dominated at the end of week number 1. Of course, expecting Thorad to do the exact same might be a little bit too much to ask, but as long as they're getting into the final circle, I'm a happy man for Indonesia.
I mean, it's also one of the Indonesian teams who did say Indonesia, generally very strong in Kalahari, and for Thorad to get the booyah, it's kind of, oh yeah, keep up with tradition.
It's not RQ, but it's Thorad, completely fine. But Hotshot definitely had a heck of a round. Look at this.
I know Hotshots is going to be the talk of the town here. Let's sort of talk about what happened in that little skirmish where we saw Gio just assassinate Hotshots when they tried to go in for the 2v1. Do you feel like they could have done that a little better because they kind of gave a free elimination.
You have to go in at the same time.
Not only that, because one player could take the fight, the other player was holding onto the M82B. So it's great to penetrate through the glue walls. And not great in a CQC. I mean, the AC-80, arguable, you will be able to use it in a close quarters combat like that. But the M82B is absolutely worthless in that situation. So they took the right move. They boosted action up. But it was, I believe, the Trogon in the hands of GU.
Yeah.
One spot on a headshot, and thank you very much for coming action, but he was out of action.
Because this one is kind of a do or die for both teams, right?
Yeah.
The blue zone was really threatening them.
Yeah, this fight in particular, right? Yeah, 4 teams in a very small vicinity.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think if both members of Hotshot had a close range weapon and they go in at the same time, that would have been perfect, right?
Yes.
They would have easily traded. They would have easily gotten a point without trading bodies. But they played the best they could, right? I have no complaints. This round was as good as it could have been.
No complaints. It's Christmas already. Hotshot just got a podium finish. They got massive numbers when it came to the eliminations. They got 9 placement. They broke their own record. 9 placement points. I don't think they've ever gotten that.
Can they break it though again? Believe.
See, this is
believe.
See, it's the same problem with my wife. Okay, you give her a little bit, you give her more.
You have to
she
keep
wants
going.
more. You give her even more, and then you even keep wanting more.
But here's the thing: how do you become a better person when you don't always want more?
True. That's very true. That's very
exactly.
True. Let's take a look and see exactly who else made a name for themselves within this lobby. But let's see what Orna can dig out from them.
Before I let you dive back into some more actions, we need to talk to the winner here first. Congratulations once again to Torad! It's your second booyah of the day, and do you think your team can have more booyah in the last 2 games?
Ini adalah booyah kalian yang kedua hari ini. Kira-kira kalian bisa dapetin booyah lagi nggak di 2 game terakhir?
Pastilah kita bakal berusaha terus, bisa dapetin poin banyak biar kita secure top 12.
Yeah, we will try our best to get the bonus point, and we will try our best to secure top 12.
Right, and do you satisfied with your team performance today overall?
Kira-kira kalian senang nggak dengan performa kalian hari ini? Kalian gimana menurut kamu performa kalian hari ini seperti apa?
Untuk performa kita udah sedikit lebih meningkat ya dari evaluasi kemarin-kemarin, ya lebih bagus hari ini.
We are improving for our performance, and we hope we can do better next.
Right, and which is your most favorite characters in the game and why?
Siapa karakter favoritmu dan kenapa?
Karakter favorit Tatsuya, soalnya suka dash cepat pokoknya lah, suka yang karakter cepat, suka itu.
He likes Tatsuya the most because Tatsuya can dash anywhere.
Right, and in your opinion, which 3 team you think wouldn't make it into the final round?
Kira-kira siapa 3 tim yang pasti nggak akan lolos ke final?
Menurut 3 tim yang nggak lolos, 3 tim ya? Ffws, mungkin terus WAG, sama Hotshot.
Ffws, WAG, and Hotshot.
Ffws, WAG, and Hotshot. Do you think you can make it into the final round?
Kalian bakal masuk ke final nggak?
Pastilah, pede.
Yeah, for sure. We're very confident.
For sure. Give it up for Torad. Best of luck, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Congratulations to Thorad for getting it 2 booyahs today. They have outdone themselves for their first, well, at least their first day of week 2. But is the Thorad train going to continue? That is the question.
Finally started, right? After so long. We said last week that they are late bloomers, but this one took a bit longer than I expected for them to come online. But eventually they did, so I hope it keeps going, right? They just started the train.
Let's see what Mr. Wagger drags out for as far as the elimination leaders are concerned. 5 for Lozzie. And joining him, of course, is North as well with the 5th spot for a total of 9 eliminations between them. But when you look at Sergeant on fire as well as Studs, all 3 of these players had a great time out there, just like Lozzie.
Yeah, pretty spread when it comes to eliminations across the board. Not really one elimination leader, but Lozzie's going to be the MVP for the round. And of course, I mean, what else is there to expect?
Oh, I missed this man on the MVP screen. It's been so long since we saw Lozzie, on North from Thorad. Just overall, this team, it feels like they have been the missing piece to one of the front runners in the competition. But I'm glad they're there, running almost the same comp as what we saw earlier on. The double A124. So when it comes down to the final circle, they make it. They force you to fight them with raw force.
Usually they do prefer that fancy Tatsuya burst straight up into your opponent's face and then blast them down with all of those Trogons that they've collected already, right? And it seems like that strategy has been checking out for them all thus far, especially in week number 2.
I don't think it's just them though. Like Trogon, we saw, right? It is the most popular weapon, but look at those points. So Thorad, we say it was a quiet game, but I guess we just didn't see Thorad really doing anything on our screens because we didn't look at them.
No, the was for Hotshot, 22 points.
Hotshots too.
With just Kalahari, they outdid 3 of the previous maps.
Yeah, what a big game for them, right? It's so top heavy that the first 4 teams got almost most of the eliminations in the lobby. So leaving everyone else fighting for scraps. But I think this overall standing will be very, very interesting considering where Hotshot is going to be by the end of this. 11th place. They have broken in. And look at them. They're tied with GOW. They're tied with Furious Gaming. And MIBR got booted down to 13th.
I was going to say, this is bad for both MIBR and AGG, right? Because AGG were showing signs of life. They were slowly catching up. And then now all their efforts sort of down the drain because Hotshots come out of nowhere and decided, yoink, I've got top 12, baby. What do you do? I mean, like, if you're AGG, you work so hard. They've done so much today, and all of a sudden they're just like, oh gosh, guys, we're sort of back down to where we started.
You cry and beg for the casters to say your name after this. That's what you do.
Maybe we should start voting for AGG.
Maybe. All right, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll see you all after this. Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2023. We've locked out our 4 games for today for groups A versus B, but we still have 2 more games to go. My name is Danielle and of course joining me is the wonderful, the mustachio AJ and Husky. Gentlemen, 2 more games to go, 2 more chances for these groupings to finish up their points for this grouping for the entirety of knockouts.
Yeah.
Who's going to be taking the next game? Speaking of the next game, if you're wondering what map it's going to be, it is none other than Next Terra.
Next Terra is next. I like that.
Yes.
I like that. We scripted that.
Yes, we did.
Got paid lots of money to script that.
Absolutely. A lot of brain cells. But back to Next Terra. Okay, so who in the past in groups A and B have done rather well in Next Terra?
Buriram, C-Triple-G, WAG. Top 3 teams.
Top 3 teams.
Yes.
WAG is definitely the outlier, right? Because most of the time they are kind of like the bottom 6 in most situations, but Nextera is where you get to kind of see them a lot more. But of course, we gotta look at the top 3 damage dealt, and Moshi is leading the leaderboard by a mile.
I still find it funny that like Dude's not even playing today, and he's just made all these like top 3s.
You are correct, right? Like Moshi played like 4 maps and
exactly.
just barely overtook you.
Dude's smiling. He's like, yeah, boy, is gonna get this MVP prize money, 10K for me.
10K, I mean,
it's a lot.
Can you imagine, like, if you get the MVP, even if you don't perform the best in the knockout stage or the on the grand finals, you still kind of earn more than some teams.
That's holiday money, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Just go fly to a different country.
I agree that you personally earn more because it's 18,000 USD for the whole squad. You alone take away 10K.
If you get the
you win.
If you get MVP money, do you share it with the team or
No.
you keep it for yourself?
Heck no.
It's the reason why he was the most valuable player.
There we go. So we've got our top 3 predictions. I've been kind of hyping this up here for AJ, but it is time to bring out the big guns. The hot shots! The triple hot shot predictions. And no one's going to believe me here, but I'm actually 100% serious.
They have one in 4 chances to finish top 3, and if they don't make any of those spots, they have a 25 chance of getting it.
Wait, hang on. What's the math behind this?
Because we have 12 teams, right? We have 12 teams in the lobby. You predict them to be top 3. So means that there's only 9 more slots that they shouldn't be in, which is 4th to 12th, and that means it's 25% chance.
They have a 3 in 12 chance of actually making.
That's 1 in 4. Yeah, if you do the math.
1 in 4?
Yeah.
That's not how this works.
Because 4 times 3 is 12. You don't argue with a Chinese about mathematics. I might have failed my maths, but I know my numbers.
But you've...
Okay, look.
Look, I'm going to ask
I am
AJ.
just going to... I am not going to say anything. I am only going to hope and pray that you, Miss Danley Purdue, have not cursed hotshot down to the very bottom.
Never.
I am only going to pray for that.
Never.
Man, I thought you were going to go for the full name drop.
No. Wait, do I recall your full name? Danley Antoinette Purdue.
Yes.
Oh, I got it! I'm a man.
You're mad?
I
Sure,
just discovered that on broadcast.
Wow.
I actually remember my full name for once.
Remember
I don't think I know anyone else that said my full name ever. So.
Oh goodness. Now, okay, I'm serious. I hope you did not curse them. I hope to God you did not curse them because the boys are finally doing well.
It's belief. The trust. Hey, wait, okay.
The trust too.
Here's the thing, okay?
Yeah.
So I got heat from YouTube because I was supporting RRQ week 1, day 1. They were doing okay. They were consistent, okay? And then they blew up. You guys didn't believe in me, my predictions. I kept RRQ there, and I was like, okay, you gotta believe. There's gotta be some kind of faith.
Let's talk facts. See, we believe as well, but what they were asking us is not who we believe in. They were asking us for match predictions.
Yes, and my prediction is my faith. Free Fire is my religion. So let me believe in what I want to believe in.
You see, we can argue by what we believe in just because we believe, or we can argue based on faith from looking at the numbers. And based on the previous match, the numbers do check out.
But here's the
There's
issue.
a high probability hot shots end up in the top 3.
Look,
But
I have a justification for the predictions too, right?
Yes.
So the difference between you two and I is that you actually have the numbers open in front of you, and I have nothing. So I have to believe in my faith.
who told you not to bring a tablet?
You know, that sounded a lot more different
actually,
in my head.
I don't have a tablet. So
like
I have a phone.
We work together so often. I knew what Danny would say if we're not like on air.
If you were not on air, that conversation
would be so much different.
Jeez. Okay, well, we're going
Ah.
into next Terra here. 5th map of the day, also our second last map of the day for this grouping. So it's going to be dead center. I think this is a great way to end the predictable maps. Let's see where everyone is going to be ending up. I remember last week for week 1, day 1, a lot of teams dropped into Intellect Center, and I'm curious to see if it's going to be the same this week. It doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
Oh, MIBR lucked out. This is their usual drop spot, and the drop spot just happens to be a blue circle. But will the blue circle drag in some unwanted visitors? MIBR, they pull out the insurance here by putting Rigby at the very corner of that circle. Hotshot, on the other hand, they are going to end up in a very early skirmish against Torad of all teams.
It's pretty crazy. So many, a couple of these teams actually switched up their drop spot. So Magic Squad ends up being the only team on Intellect Center. MIBR on a scouting duty, and now couldn't just found Pocho just going for stroll. So first blood going over to WAG, and CGG now against GOW. But while Furious Gaming also chipped in, so GOW ends up losing one member.
CGG on fire, turns around still to take that shot. That's the kind of unwanted confidence the AWM gives you.
He has to get out of that 39 health left, so a stray bullet would take him out.
Wow.
And they say, Anas, wow! 2 in a row for this man. I mean, Torad did not stand a chance, and that was the team that got the booyah. Anas, can he get the pickup? No, put the glue on in time. So his Sonya times out. What a clutch from the captain of Torad.
Dark Call, Mac 10 in hand. CQC is not going to be a problem for the squad at all, but Thorad, they were desperately trying to take out a full squad of Hotshot. There still are members who are alive and kicking out there. Hasu is not the final player. A couple of revivals, I believe, was pulled out just moments before. Furious Gaming. Anas gets brought back in here by Sajid. Furious all split up on the map. As Pocho gets tagged up and dropped by Abe. RRQ not giving them any room to breathe at all.
And Torad actually able to get 3 points, right? 2, I believe. I think 1 from Hotshot and 2 from RRQ. Now Lozzy still needs to be brought back, but Ikao has the money to buy him back from this vending machine. Not a big problem. Yeah, we'll have Lozzy back to full squad for Torad, GOW, and CGG. Well, it's Izagot and CGG still at it.
Coscu, no grenades. A124 already popped. Izagod gets tagged up. 1v2 and Izagod just couldn't do much. I hate that Mac 10 early game.
And Pinsett from multiple angles, right? What do you do against that? And Nikwan can't even pop his head out because I believe Coscu is on that high ground, overseeing everything. And that also opens up room for CGG to go for rotation if they do wish to do so. If RQ nearby, so CGG get to plan this out a little bit.
Goes back from the side of Furious as CGG continue to dominate this compound of theirs with WASK. This is a very decent fight for Hotshot.
Yeah, good duel from Action just to buy a bit of time. And Dowdy fishing for some shots, misses all 3 of them. Thankfully, no penetration with that one. So Hotshot, they are buying a lot of time, and now Sajid will take the fight. Does spot out 2 members of WASK. Action tries to go for the interception, can't find it. Can't find Rita, pops the Sonya. Dowdy drops down at the wrong time, so he's gonna drop for sure. Now the Orion comes through. Sajid actually ends up getting knocked. Xerox finds 2 in a row, man. This Orion saving him.
Dowdy's gonna get picked up as well. Smart play by Zizox. Like you said, Husky, Orion saves the day. Does get that reset as well. And Hotshot once again on the back foot, but no elimination yet.
Yeah, meanwhile, Deuce on the other end actually finds Volley. RQ picking up stragglers also, but CGG, they are surrounding RQ.
I mean, the number of revivals we've seen thus far, Danny, is insane.
I think if I counted this correctly, I was looking at about 10 revivals right off the bat, and the game has practically just started. So that's going to be an extra 10 points on the board for players to get. And of course, each point is going to be a elimination point. CGG though, going to go for the pickup.
Oh, such a big fight between them and RRQ. That's down and out.
Yeah, RRQ at least they managed to get the rest of them out. But yeah, again, RRQ is just in really awkward positions for the remainder of their games today.
I think they were willing to sacrifice those 2 members, right? Considering the fact that they needed some time to work with. So it was a lost cause on Fire again, landing that opening shot against Dudes basically sealed the deal. Look at that #1 rescue.
Oh, Abe.
10 rescues overall for On Fire.
Does he know? Does one more know? Abe was just under the bridge.
One more.
He's right under him.
Has the binoculars, but I don't think he popped it.
I don't think he knows, yeah.
I don't think
He definitely knows the guy is right below him. I mean, looking at the movements, he's trying to see
I
if
think
he can
he's
bait him out.
scouting, honestly. I think he's scouting around for his team just to see if there's any movement in the distance.
I mean, Legolas is also pretty alone.
Oh
this
gosh,
is bad
RRQ's
news.
so split.
Nico already sees him, so and that UAV just passed by him. Legolas, you have to somehow find these 1v1s, right? Those fights have to be isolated. He's gonna get tagged up already. Legolas jumps down to the first floor, so you kind of start abandoning these elevation. Might get the ambush. Nico, does he know about this?
Oh!
Checks the corner. Good awareness from Nico.
I mean, it was just a gun situation there. Mag 7 versus the M1014. If you don't get a one-shot headshot, Nico's going to wipe you out, and he did exactly that.
But look who's coming into this fight though. We've got Thorad hot on their heels, looking for a battle. I think if you're Furious Gaming, you're not going to be too happy about this.
Avenge their Indonesian comrades. Pocho does have the nade though. He's going to toss it through the window. He attacks on the Ikao. Takes half his health bar off. Pocho's going to come around the corner. Actually, completely misses.
Whoa,
Completely misses one of the Thorad members. Thank goodness had the reflex to save himself.
Good blue wall. Mini Uzi in the hands of Nico, and Peter finds him. Dark Hole finds Bad in the meantime as Thorad drops by to check out exactly what's happening in this compound.
Man, Furious Gaming having a rough situation. They were expecting a 4v4, but not with C-Triple-G in the picture, so they end up losing the whole squad.
Unfortunate.
And getting nothing. Lozzie ends up getting knocked down again, picks back up in an instant.
Super unfortunate. The team basically just got locked inside that compound. Could not leave unless they won that fight.
Yeah, they were there to get a 4v4, man. C-Triple-G is making life really hard, and look at On Fire.
It's C-Triple-G. If they want to look for a fight, they'll find one.
This could be a full rush. I mean, Thorad doesn't really have much time to recuperate. This rotation definitely spotted out. Ikao and Lozzie making it to north, and Darko, he's holding a very crucial spot. And he's up against one more.
A untimely rush by C-Triple-G. Darko can punish, but he has been spotted out first. So this is trouble. He gets sprayed down to the ground, and with the Mag 7 in hand, he will perish. The rest of the team members
dropped again.
Coming in for not a save.
Oh, so unfortunate. The bonfire actually keeping it up just for a little bit. Now North is coming for the clean out the cluster to follow up. North will get a point, actually repositioned, ends up breaking his ankles in the process. On Fire, gunning down Lozzie, who was trying to take on this 1v1, and On Fire, he's in a really good spot to clean Thorad up. Gotta reposition a little bit. Lozzie needs some of the healing from Ikao.
Really gonna have to stabilize here.
Having a rough time. On Fire finally gets down by North.
It's CQC2, and positioning-wise, it's actually not that great. They are thinking of leaving this, and I think you have to if you're C-Triple-G. Are they still going to continue? They're still there.
Oh, I love that. Absolutely love that.
Oh, goodness.
They even get the revive on the rest of the team. Right? So now, Thorad playing at a deficit because of that wallbang. Lozzie's going to start walling up the area, but Koskio, he's about to join this fight. This is a 2v4, by the way.
Wow, Thorad out.
My goodness, C-Triple-G just wiped out Thorad 2v4.
I took a power nap, woke up, and that fight was still going on.
It was a pretty long fight, yeah, so that's fair. All right, we're looking to take out one of Hotshot's players. Hotshot's not looking too hot this game, unfortunately. They're all very split.
They still have survivors, thankfully.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Oh, so close.
Stick the landing? Yes.
Super close. Just gets out, but it's just him and Legolas.
Anas is how many members are left for Hotshot? It's just one more guy.
Yes, it is one. I'm pretty sure they're poor as well, so they can't even get the revives off at the vending machine. Really tough game for Hotshots.
You have to pray for a revival point.
Actually, wait, the whole team is back.
Yeah, they found the revival point
There
most
we go.
likely.
Thank goodness.
This breaks his ankles, unfortunately. Guys,
oh my god,
Rigby just picks up action. That is just unfortunate for Hotshot.
Well, they are looking for the final circle. Anas making his way in.
Where's the rest of Hotshot though?
Well,
so Anas is there. Okay,
on the edge of the previous circle.
Yes, they're like directly at the bottom. Very south.
It's not good. GOW is also converging on their location. Yep, Sergeant found. Hasu also
Oh
tagged
gosh,
by Moshi.
lots
That's
of
two
hot
different
shots
teams.
being shot down.
Unlucky.
They can't get a break this game.
Looks like my prayer was not powerful enough to save them from the triple curse.
It was not a
See,
curse, okay?
To put a hex on them one time is all right. To do it 3 times back to back, Danny, I think that was overkill.
I promise I don't know magic. Okay, just saying.
She's not a witch.
No. Well, I don't think I am anyway, so.
This is so crowded. Bob's actually taking Legolas, who has been holding the high ground for the longest time ever. So this whole high ground vantage point lost for RRQ, which means CGG now takes control of that area, which is very bad news for both RRQ and Magic Squad, but particularly for RRQ.
You know, Danny, your prey is still alive here. Anas is
I'm
alive
not
and kicking, but
but
here comes BRU to wipe your hopes and
We're
dreams
not
out.
going to say anything. We're going to pray to
Sonia,
peace.
Peter!
Did he dash back in time? I think he did, yep. Back to the warm embrace of his teammates in time before it timed out.
Nice.
So to get him back.
That's the first time I'm actually seeing Sonia being used in that way, to dash back towards one of your own team members
To
with
get the
that 3
revive.
seconds,
Yeah.
just so that you can get picked up again. So no point for that knock. So brilliant play.
I mean, you do have Sonia out for the next 3 minutes, right? So it's still a long, long time. And if you look at the timer right now, by the time that Sonia comes back up, we're in the final circle.
Yeah. Just in time, if they survive.
I mean,
Just gotta
they
play ultra
probably
safe.
will.
Yeah.
They're fighting Magic Squad though. If they can survive, that Sonia might make the full difference if they try to rush Magic Squad right now. GU picks the corner only just to show that actually he full commits. GU swings that? What a madman, but his teammates back him out on time, so Peter and On Fire both ends up getting dropped.
And RRQ's coming into play as well, so if this fight ends or it doesn't end soon, it's going to be a 3-way battle, gentlemen.
Yeah, brilliant play by Bobs.
Oh, see, Triple G actually brought back their players.
And then we see downstairs. What a commitment from Magic Squad. He got
look at
3
that.
points out of that. RRQ. They gotta fight C2. In fact, I think if you're Magic Squad, you just hunker down on the second floor. And one more spray down by Dudes. Mini Uzi takes care of that.
Yep, and then from the other side, you've got the Bison in the hands of Abe as well, and he picks up one for himself at the expense of Gosku in a 1v2. Unfortunately, C-Triple-G's On Fire was subdued instantaneously. There's just a lot of bucket of water poured over his head. Bob's on the other hand, blocked out by his own squad's blue wall, bursts it down, hot shot out in the 9th spot. Abe alive and kicking. Bison finds yet another secure for the squad.
Man, hot shot there. So Magic Squad didn't really think that through. They were like, well, we have to go back into our building, blocked off by their own blue wall. Peter's still alive though, the only man left for his team. Abe ends up buying Dudes back, so RQ alive and kicking. Oh, no. Razor buys back Legolas, so Captain will also join his team very, very soon.
There's a lot of teams that are still not within this new safe zone, and they're going to have to really fight their way through it. Buriram being one of them, God of Wolf as well. Then we'll have to see if these two teams can safely get in there because they're currently in a skirmish.
Yeah, great blue wall, get high with just 4 HP left. Manages to get back in here, gets the drop on the Zhao as well. Wasana shuts down Stark 10. Get high claims the elimination. Beautiful stuff out of Buriram. And come on, get high. How did he not get knocked down?
He was even standing on top of an ice grenade that was ticking in his health bar, but somehow was able to get out of there and pick up a elimination.
They're going to start running though. These boys are running out of time to get into that safe zone. If they don't do it now, they're going to start taking critical amounts of damage.
And that cluster barely tickled BRU. They're all back to full health. Sana now
Gotta
sees
move.
GOW. Drop low, 18 health, start healing out. Izagod can't stand against the onslaught of BRU, and to make it worse, MIBR wants a part of this, so GOW ends up getting wiped out.
Hey, GOW led MIBR directly into the hands of Buriram United. A double glue wall melter. Moshi, M82B from up top. He's not going to get the first one. Pitbull down on the ground. The secure's just not there. A couple of more seconds and Moshi will claim that elimination. One more player outside of the circle and it goes to the side of Buriram as well.
Very scary, because right now Buriram has 10 eliminations. They're still not challenged just yet. All the teams are on the northern side. Buriram has a good chance of getting the Booyah this round. Look at that. So much control over the compound. This circle will force them out into the open, but it might be too late for other teams. CGG finally perishes as RQ picks up their 10th point. And now about to storm the building straight into Magic Squad. Boss tries to escape through the window, ends up getting gunned down by Deuce. Jonah picks up Yago on the escape. Magic Squad cleaned up.
And the two-time world champs go back to their winning ways with a solid booyah this time around. They have to deal with RRQ first. GG will be the smaller prey to kind of prey on in a little bit, but it's all going to be about those glue wall melters outside first as RRQ backs away to a good defensive compound.
There's a good chance for AGG to finally get that booyah for themselves. I mean, Latam has been waiting for this moment for quite a long time. They are in a good position. This blue zone will start pushing them in though. BRU might get the last lap because they are on ground floor. And look at AGG, they are full committing, and Abe just takes Verito's head off.
All glory with this performance. Are hoping to get back into the top 12. Can they get it done though? With one player getting knocked down onto the ground, Verito 11. Lopez really low on that HP as well. Has to back away. And Buriram chipping in, helping out RRQ. Take the boys of AGG out of the equation. Razor drops Lopez. No claim on the elimination just yet.
Oh!
What a turnaround by Joel 77. Mochi shuts down Dust. And now RRQ in the hot soup.
Oh, AGG actually have 3 more members left standing. This might not be the end just yet. They are in the building. BRU dealing with RRQ. Legalov ends up getting dropped. Abe literally in the red. Finally found by BRU. AGG, they gotta finish what RRQ started. It is not easy. While Sana turns the corner, is get high against Subas. They are all getting gunned down one by one. Swarmed by Buriram. AGG just stood no chance. Picked off. And BRU finally cashes in on a win that they've been wanting for such a long time. RRQ is just Abe against the world, finding one, but one is all he can get. BRU with the booyah late into the round.
Honestly, props to Abe to actually still get second place for his team. That he could have ended up in third, but he was able to hold on. Great hiding, didn't reveal his position. And unfortunate for AGG because they really wanted to have as many placement points as possible.
I mean, props to AGG getting to the final circle. They knew that this was a do-or-die map for them before the randomizer comes out and brings us to a totally random spot out there within one of those 5 maps. And AGG getting it done on the 5th game of the day with a potential 6 on their side guarantees that top 12. But it's all going to be dependent on whether or not Hotshot wakes up again.
That's a good question. Well, also it depends on what that final map is going to be, right? Because it is our random map. And we know that a lot of these teams really rely on specific maps if they are in dire need of those points. So until we know what that map is going to be, it's really up in the air. But what we do know is the result of this match.
One of the tougher rounds for Hotshot to navigate around it, right? Getting picked off one by one. There was just no space that they could play in. You
Very
can say
crowded, yeah.
And you can say the same for Thor. They got 2v4 by CGG, so that was very, very, very unfortunate. But this final circle, I think, is Buriram just made the smarter decision. It's like, we do not need to storm the building. We're going to wait outside. They will come to us. And AGG, they move a bit too early, ends up causing them not only the round, but RQ decided to pick on the low-hanging fruit, also costed them.
Also, I think there was a little bit of a miscommunication on the side of, sorry, who was that? RRQ inside the building, right? Because they tossed all of their glue wall melters towards Buriram, and AGG tossed their glue wall melters towards Buriram. But RRQ ends up jumping and facing off against AGG after wasting all of their glue wall melters on Buriram. So that was just a decision that perhaps could have been made a little bit better to make the world of difference in this match for them.
I wonder if they made that decision because they thought they were going to be hit by a two-pronged attack, right? Because RRQ, they were piggy in the middle. They had 2 teams on either side of them. You would assume that you would be the prime target. So you're kind of defending off of both ends.
Yeah, Razor getting knocked was kind of like almost a death sentence for RQ at that point, right? It got completely turned around. If you want that 1v1, no problem, right? They will wipe out AGG, get a 4v4 with BRU, and then Razor gets knocked, and then Dus gets picked off right after that. And BRU just did BRU things. You cannot fight them with one less member. It's just not possible.
Yeah. Well, Abe's, I mean, he saved the game for the team, really.
Barely.
Barely. Hey, look, at the end of the
Got
day,
one extra point.
it doesn't matter if it was barely or if it was an easy save. At the end of the day, a save is a save. So I'm keen to see what we're looking at for the leaderboard here because we've got one more game to go for today for groups A and B. Now, the most important thing we have to remember here is that after these games today, both of these groups only have one more play day before they are done for the knockouts. But we'll speak about that a little bit later on. I do think we're going to be getting an interview relatively soon with our winning team. It's actually going to happen right now. So sit back, relax, and enjoy what they have to say.
We arrived at the game before the final one and it was intense. Joining me is the former championship of Free Fire World Series. Congratulations to Buriram United Esports once again. How can your team play so well in Game 5? What is your strategy here?
เราเล่นดีมากในเกมที่ 5 เคล็ดลับการเล่นของเราคืออะไรคะ
เคล็ดลับก็เป็นแผนที่ทำมาครับก็เล่นตามแผนมันก็จะตรงล็อกออกมาเป็นแบบแชมป์ครับ
we just play as we train
Yes, and last week you made a 1 versus 2 clutch. Are you confident that you can make an impressive highlight in week 4?
อาทิตย์ที่แล้วเราโชว์ 1 เก็บ 2 ไป เรามั่นใจไหมว่าอาทิตย์นี้เราจะทำไฮไลท์อย่างนั้นได้อีกครั้ง
ผมมั่นใจว่าผมทำได้รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอล
He said I'm confident that I can make it again in the grand finals.
I mean, that's the confidence of the champion, right, guys? And what is your team target in day 4?
เป้าหมายในการเล่นของวันนี้เราตั้งเป้าไว้ที่เท่าไหร่คะคะแนน
100 ครับ
100 point
100 points. What do you think that is your team main strength that sets you apart from others?
คิดว่าจุดแข็งของทีมเราคืออะไรคะ
น่าจะเป็นความเข้าใจกันกับของทีมครับ4คนสื่อสารกัน
He said it's a good communication between the players.
Right. And lastly, any advice for aspiring gamers looking to compete at your level in the future?
ฝากข้อความถึงเด็กๆที่อยากจะมายืนอยู่ในจุดเดียวกับเราค่ะ
ก็พยายามครับฝึกฝนให้เต็มร้อยที่ฝึกฝนให้เต็มที่ความพยายามไม่เคยทำร้ายใครครับ
Okay. There is a will, there is a way.
There is a will, there is a way, and as you can hear that the energy in the game room is electrifying. Who will get the final booyah of the day? Be right back. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Well, is the storyline going to change with this final random map? I hope so, because you know it's nice for Buriram to get the booyah, but it's like I've seen this team get too many. I kind of want to see a new, fresh face. I want someone that needs those points to get those points. My panel's looking pretty skeptical here.
No, I agree with you, but you know, I also want to see a back-to-back booyah.
Ah, come on, that's boring.
I mean, we've seen Torat hit 2. Maybe it will be even fantastic to see a team hit 3 booyahs in a day.
Such as Hot Shots getting a booyah. You gotta believe, man. Okay, we'll speak about that a little bit later on here as we look at our elimination leaders. Back on the side of RRQ, locking in 7 eliminations for the round, earning him that first place for eliminations. But most importantly, who is going to be our MVP? It is none other than Moshi from Buriram.
One of the lower elimination count games for him.
But look at the damage. They might have not so many eliminations, but I'd say the damage is pretty dang good.
His 10 tank knockdowns, right, is very valuable. I would put Get High in the same position, I mean, in that final circle. But overall,
We've got the stats here, right? We can do the comparison, like who's the one that's actually getting the knocks.
You can clearly see who really wants to fight in this team, right? Double Tatsuya, double A124. I believe they just switched up the team come a little bit. Previously, they run 3 Tatsuyas, and now they decide that Jonah, you don't need to dash in. You just play the supportive role. But 7,000 damage for Moshi, which is like double the damage of 2 of his teammates.
See, that's what I was saying. Like, he did massive contributions for the team, especially in those fights. Like, sure, he's not the one getting the last hits, but like, he's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the team.
And 10 knockdowns, 3 confirmations. He's had better days.
Sure.
But he'll take that. He'll definitely take that. MIBR in the 7th place this time around with a total of 8. Thorat not doing all that too well. But of course, your focus is on Hotshot Esports. Let's see if or not they manage to keep that top 12 spot for themselves after watching them.
They probably would be in top 12 still.
They are just
barely hanging on.
1 point, gentlemen. 1 point.
And that's, we haven't even included Group C yet, right? If you look at the Group C
Yeah.
teams, you have EXP, you have Osaka, you have PE Sports. This is not this is not a hard gap to close for them. They can do it in 1-2 good rounds. So
Actually, truthfully, I actually think Expand is better consistently than Hot Shots.
Oh, I mean,
So
no doubt.
There's a
For
good
sure.
chance, that they're going to lose their spot. Unless Okay, unless either Hotshots has a fantastic second play day this weekend, or if Expand just drops the ball, which from what we see, I don't actually think that's going to happen.
The Sundays will be the most important one because
Yes.
we get A and C, right? So
Definitely.
Hotshot gets to play directly against Expand, against PE Sports, against Osaka, the three teams that on this currently are not in top 12, but then again they have way more chances to kind of play it out. We're gonna have our map number 6, random map generator.
And what is it going to be, gentlemen? It is going to be Purgatory. So we could be looking at a water circle to end the day.
Why must your mind always go to the water?
Spread my fairy dust. We must have water circles.
Do you-
They are fun.
We know exactly what happened when you spread your fairy dust all over Hotshot earlier.
Oh gosh, I don't know if that was fairy dust.
I think
Probably
I know.
something else.
I think I know why Danny loves water circles so much. Do you know she used to be a swimmer?
Yeah.
I'm a Pisces as well. I am a water element.
What?
Let's go. Yeah,
must
Pisces
like
is
water
fish.
element?
You must
They're
like
fish.
dolphin.
Star sign fish.
Stars like fish.
What? Star sign? Do you not know star
female
sign?
star.
My star
sign.
sign. My
I
star
heard
sign is a
stars like
Pisces,
fish.
and
So Pisces is a fish?
yes.
Oh yeah,
Pisces.
wait.
Two
It's called. Okay. It's called 双鱼座. Alright, so yes, it's fish. It's fish in Mandarin. I have to translate it first. Okay. In Mandarin, it means double fish.
Yes, two fish.
Two
Yes,
fishes.
that's the symbol of.
That's why.
I don't believe in these things. Okay.
Oh, Danny, why must you do it to them again? They are already so close to getting knocked out of the top 12, and you want to do it?
Stop it! They already did.
I'll drop
do
my
it.
fish scales.
They're not dead yet. No. Oh my goodness.
Believe. Come on, guys, believe.
You better hope that
No,
their
I
fans are
believe.
not watching this.
I know. I believe. I really want them to make it into the top 12. They finally made it, but this woman single-handedly is bringing them down.
I'm not that heavy. Come on.
You're a light fish.
A light fish.
I like fish. I hope they like fish. We are gonna get ready.
Technically, in water, weight does not matter. The whales will prove that.
Actually,
they
no.
do all
Weight
the
does
time.
matter in water. It just depends
How?
on what kind of weight
I
you
believe.
have.
I believe you are trying to talk about buoyancy.
Yes, buoyancy.
Yes, I am. And
That's it.
I'm very buoyant. I'm gonna say
What else do you want from me? what else do you want?
let's see if or not Hotshot is buoyant enough to float away from all of the fairy dust that's sort of bringing them down to the bottomless sea that we have in Purgatory. So we all hope to God we don't get a water circle. Okay?
But there might be one person on the panel that's praying. We'll have to see though, because my
why would
intuitions,
you?
look, I'm just telling you right now, my intuitions for water circles has been 90% correct. So
Okay.
if I want a water circle, it's not because I want it, it's because my intuition's saying it's going to be a water circle.
I just want to clear it out for people who are just tuning in for God knows what reason at 11 p.m. that these two are on a caffeine high right now, right? So they're gonna be fighting a lot.
What do you
We
mean
are
for
on-
God knows what reason? It's Free Fire World Series, bro!
That's the
Everybody's
that's the
tuning in because
caffeine.
they want to see
It's the
exactly who
knockout
dominates
stage.
the world.
It is literally the second last match for two of these groups.
Yeah.
Don't drink too much coffee, guys. This
Get
is what
on the
happens.
program, Husky.
I am on the
It's an
program.
important day.
Someone's not enjoying the game.
No, this
tonight.
reminds-
They're not.
This
They're
reminds
gonna
me of
kick
the.
him off of broadcast.
This reminds me of the
We
Murray
need to
show,
replace
right?
him with Mr. Waggins. Mr. Waggins is more enthusiasm than
This reminds me of the Murray show where couples go on live TV just to argue. This
We're
feels
not
like-
arguing.
Bring
Let's
Mr. Wagger. Replace Husky with
Come on, let's go.
You ain't getting me off
Hold
this.
on, we're
then.
trying to give
Computer
a
face, yeah.
signal to the production team here. Come on, guys. I think we got some budget to bring in Mr.
Mr.
Waggins.
Wagger keeps only. We only have enough budget to bring Mr. Wagger out for the elimination. video.
For you to press the scoreboard.
Mr. Wagger's like, you can't afford more out of that.
All right, we're going to be loading in the teams to the plane for their final game for today. It is week 2, day 1, second last match for these teams in this group. A versus B. We're going to Purgatory. Who's going to wrap up the day with that booyah? We are ready to find out, and we're ready to see if we're going to be looking at a grand finale today, because you kind of have to try your best when it's your last hurrah.
Depends on the flight path. Also, I know
It's a
that.
decent one.
It looks pretty dead
this is
center.
great. This is
Dead
this is-
center, and look at that high tier loot.
Man,
zone.
Moat House.
House. Who's gone there?
Well, whoever who does want to go to Mode House,
It's
it's a
AGG?
great. incentive now. For
There's
you to
a
fly all
reason
the way
to
out.
go now.
Yeah, AGG is like, woohoo!
Surely no one would go.
The blue circle
yeah.
came to our house.
I think. Oh, AGG are they half-halfing it?
They will fall a bit short, but they can go.
They're gonna
there.
go later. Yeah, because no one else is there anyway, so they're free to go whenever. Although, look at Brasilia. Look at the number of teams that have just decided to drop dead center in this game.
Torret will see this. Well, Darko would know this. He has a pretty decent gun.
Oh my!
Oh, well, they found him.
Okay, well, he gets tagged up first. 31-4. Thank you very much, sir. What gun? Trogon versus the Bison!
Oh! Oh man, that was
Sonia.
So unlucky.
What a reset.
And even gets the elimination also. So you don't even need to pick him back up. He just saves every single resources that he got early on.
And those are the moments where you really love Sonia for sure.
Ooh, seeing a couple of other elims on the other side of the map here. RRQ gonna lose Legolas. Bit unfortunate, but typical RRQ play as well. The team loves to split this early on.
Wow, they actually went for the early Dinoculus. They didn't spot anyone, but there is an RRQ, there is a RRQ member near that place. BRE just takes the entire marble. Wakabe actually finds Bobs. It's a good return, honestly, for RRQ, because the fact that they did revive Legolas, so that is an extra point.
Secures that elimination as well. So great start. Buriram on the other hand.
Whoa!
Marble works. Esabe shuts down Button. Question is, Magic Squad, where are the final two players?
Yeah, where are they?
And it looks like Razor's keeping a close eye on them. Yago and Gio, and he calls for that backup as well. Can Yago keep Razor busy whilst Gio backs away? One of the two needs to run.
It's either that or you just take out Razor and you run away as fast as possible.
Well, look at the flank.
They gotta make a decision quickly, right? There's a revival point that RQ can capture to bring back their teammate, to bring back Legolas. There's also a vending machine, and backup is coming for Razor. Okay, the window has completely closed.
Yeah, smart play from Yago. He says, hasta la vista, baby. He leaves his partner, Gio, to... Dang! Oh my god! What a headshot!
What?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that could have been something. If they did that earlier, that would have been miraculous for Gio. But Abe was at the right place at the right time.
Those are the moments where you really wish you had a grenade to help you out. But unfortunate for him. But at least Yago does manage to back away from that encounter and have the potential to bring the full squad right back in. And as I say that, there is one purchase. So he buys an insurance for himself first with a vending machine as he looks for a revival platform.
And Moshi actually got Nawasana also. Ambushed by GOW of all people. BRU down to 2 members. There's a vending machine that they can use. So that shouldn't be too big of an issue. Yeah, Moshi gets bought back immediately.
Yeah, I don't want to lose someone like Moshi that soon in this game. And actually looks like Rigby is going to be dropped here by WAG.
And knocked down by the second time by the grenade launcher. But actually it's Cyrus who ends up being sacrificed. So not the best situation for WASK. MIBR keeping it just barely intact. WASK picking fights everywhere, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is such a messy game to start things off with. Everybody getting into scuffles. Nobody getting the full elimination.
This is 1v1 everywhere. Ikao, wow, loses that one against Downy. What is happening to Thorat right now? They are losing every single 1v1s to WASK.
Now, I know that one of Thorad's players wasn't in this skirmish at all. They were far away, so going to go for the pickup. But I have to say, there's really interesting plays. Like, this is the last map of the day, and you're trying to go for these little 2-2 splits to try and get these cheeky eliminations. It's quite unpractical in a lot of cases.
But if you look at the grand scheme of things, you still have 12 squads, so it's still checking out for some of these teams who chose to get super aggressive. Nobody's really paid the high price for it just yet.
And then we're probably going to see an elimination within the next minute.
Oh, there. We finally get the stat we were looking for. Highest revive, WASK. Is anybody surprised?
Out of 18 times, out of 18 rounds that they play, right? So that includes up to the previous round for WASK, which is pretty crazy. And they even, well, North actually issued the challenge towards them. It's going to be a 4-minute timer. Thorat definitely not happy with that, you know, chain of events. WSK is looking to hunt North down, right? You have plenty of time to work with. This could be the early exit for Thorat.
It could be, yeah.
I'm weirdly hungry. I just wanted to share that random information with everyone.
He's hungry for kills. That's what AJ's hungry for.
Ooh, got him.
You're welcome.
Thank you, but
Yep.
no, I'm not really.
There we go.
Genius says, thank you for coming. Finally, we get the first squad elimination, and Wask of all teams to get that done.
Yeah, I mean, that round went horribly wrong for Thorat. Just could not get kind of pick themselves up after a slow start. Ffws Gaming, on the other hand, in fact, have plenty of space to work with. Just checking out the compound near Ffws, make sure that no one is nearby, so they will now head towards that area. And it's a free for all. That area is completely open for them.
Thorat literally hates Purgatory, mainly because the previous match early in the day, they got 2 points. And I assumed they were going to get a podium finish, thinking that, okay, fine, we performed badly. This time we're going to be super calculated with every single step we take, and we're going to get in the final circle. Nope, didn't happen.
Losers all 1v1 against Wask.
They went from 2 points to no
None.
points. And yeah, like you said, WASK shutting down. Oh man, Thorat. Well, better luck the next time they come back around, and them being in Group A, that'll have to be on Sunday.
Speaking of the lobby as well, as we saw those numbers, the only team that's still suffering casualties was Magic Squad. It's only on 2 players, but everyone else, every other team are sitting on complete rosters, and we are starting to see where that circle is going to be. It's pretty still. It's still
No water!
Wow!
Water!
This is a godsend circle. Smacked in the middle.
And it's not RNG, right? Like, that's one of the issues when it comes to those water circles. As much as some people love them, some people hate it. The RNG really messes up with some teams.
Why would you look at me when you say some people hate it?
Because you're probably one of the biggest haters I know of water circles.
I hate water circles.
Exactly.
I hate water circles. Look, I've got a good explanation for this.
All right,
every
let's
single
go.
time I play Free Fire, every single time I get a water circle, I die.
You're on the wrong side. Is that what you mean?
Sounds like it's a you problem.
You did not go there.
I'm sorry.
Oh gosh. Oh, that was very hard.
I think my contract is ending early.
Peter. On fire, the farmers, but RRQ very quickly and smartly evacuates this situation and leaves C-Triple-G to deal with the circle.
Yeah, they have the bridge, but if they want a quicker way, they can take the zip line, which will be a bit risky. Magic Squad revives the rest of the team. They actually are going to drop nearby. There is an arsenal, so you get to pick up some equipment if it has not been looted yet. But BRU here to take revenge on GOW for what they did early on.
Wasana just going for that random vending machine that just got dropped outside in the open, just in case, you know, you can never play it too safe.
Just in case.
And it was GOW that took the pot shot against them as the match started. So I think this is a excellent revenge if Buriram can execute it before GOW gets a little bit too far away.
GOW will get the set up first. You can see Izagot actually has a sniper to work with.
Do they really want to try and go for this though? You have to commit so many glue walls.
Also shot the UAV down, so kind of limit the amount of info that GOW can get, but they've bought enough time, right? So they are running straight for the center of the circle, and it's one of the few rare times where the heart of the safe zone has a direct revival point.
So if you can just sort of sit there, camp it, try to gatekeep all the teams that try to get into comfortable positions within that next circle.
Man, RRQ is stuck on the other side, on the western side. Actually, not on the southern side.
Well, this just seems to be an RRQ thing for some of these maps. Like, sometimes they're very dead center, other times like this, they're just sort of playing around the edge. So it seems like the macro game is really important here for RRQ. The main reason why they're not really focusing on that center of the circle.
Within the
But
next
look at this. Buriram might be going right into God of Wolf here.
It's a 2v4 for now.
I'm not sure. If it's 2 of Buriram, that's the equivalent of 3 to 4 players for some teams.
A1-4 gets a 1-4-4 pop. And it is get high with the activation. Trogon in hand. They avoid the grenade fest. Dian has got the mag 7. So a CQC is going to go the way of GOW, especially if Dian stands at the forefront. But do they eat a couple of grenades? I'm just waiting for that backup from the other 2 players. And the moment they get here, let's start the rush. There's Wasana.
Remember, these 2 teams have plenty of time to do this dance because they are in the center of the safe zone. And it's still a very long time until the circle finally gets to them. And we might even end there, right? You can see they started GOW walling up that second floor window in case utility gets thrown in by BRU. But they have completely lost the first floor, so this is just GOW being trapped on the second floor unless they pull the trigger and kind of jump down from the window and take this direct fight. This is going to continue for a while.
Jonah just left the team, went somewhere and came back. I'm wondering what in the world did he just go out there to do?
Maybe scouting for the team?
No, I think he dropped the gun. He went to pick
What?
it back up. Yeah, he went for the grenade launcher. He's not gone down. Jonah gets the secure. Deanne taken out by Get High as well. One final survivor. Wasana really low on that HP, but he's still trying to bust through these glue walls, looking for Dee Kwang. And Dee Kwang, nothing much to fight, but he jumps out the window on one final ditch effort to survive.
Oh, he's driving away!
Drive, bro. Drive. Get out of that, Dee Kwang. Get out.
Holy cow, the great escape of a GOW, Dee Kwang keeping the hopes and dreams of his team alive. That was one of the best rushes that you can ever expect from BRU.
He's driving to a vending machine. Dee Kwang, he might just bring GOW back for the booyah. I mean, that's asking for a lot. But as long as they're back, I think I'll be a happy boy. BRU 4 eliminations already. RRQ on the opposite side. 2 snipers to deal with, so they need to call upon Moshi.
RQ not interested in this at all, so they will reposition themselves, but on this eastern side, starting to get a bit too packed. C-Triple-G overlooking Furious Gaming and Wask. In the same compound, C-Triple-G are showing up.
Patience gameplay, just waiting for that opportunity to hop on in, but Coscu just a little bit too far. On fire. Perhaps a little rash with his decision making. Moves a little bit too closer. It's tagged up by one grenade. Trogon in hand. Just waiting for the window of opportunity to pull that strike. But the circle will force them to move.
Pocho threw out like what, 3-4 clusters and they all miss. So there's a lot of utilities expended by one person. And just right from the window, 3 members of Furious Gaming dropped instantly on fire. He's now going to siege the building. Pocho sprays one down, but he needs a lot more than that, and it is near impossible. One more gets picked back up, and now he says Pocho against the rest of C-Triple-G, and they're not about to let this go. Peter cleans it up. Furious Gaming out in 11th.
Oh my, is this sacrifice worth it though, Danny? Look at the damage from the circle.
It is so painful. Like, can they even survive while they make it into that next safe zone? I don't think they can. It's just so far away. They don't even have a vehicle.
They can if they don't get gate kept.
Look at how many teams there are, though. There are so many teams on the eastern side.
Yeah, one more out with the circle. The circle's going to continuously punish the squad as Dowdy goes down. WASK leading the lobby with the number of eliminations, but AGG looking to end them right here, right now. YNS really low. Coscu brings one more back. WSK still alive and kicking as Ali drops low pass.
And he fights the reset. That Sonya reset was there for Mr. Ali, so now he gets to continue playing this round. Could have been the end if he didn't do that, so what a recovery at the very end.
And Genius gets a double nade on top of that.
This is a clutch moment. Yago now finds Dudes. Magic Squad from behind. RRQ completely pincered. BRU on the low ground though. Magic Squad in prime position to start contesting for these crucial vantage point. RRQ receiving so much damage. Legolas the next to go down. Magic Squad going in for the final touches onto RRQ.
Super unfortunate there for RRQ, just being stuck between 2 teams, not able to finish. AGG looks like BRU, they're going to be on the low ground here, but rather safe. Team is relatively healthy. Oh, but they managed to get high, knocked down. They've got to get their way up there, otherwise they're just going to be at the mercy of all of these attacks.
Jonah getting dropped again. Bunsin finding the CQC shot. BRU just playing on the low ground, so their ice grenade is starting to hurt. Wask is already gone. GU leading the charge. Moshi playing from long range. Double glue wall.
Gentlemen.
Isolating the fight. GU will need some sort of a respite. BRU still has a chance, honestly, in this fight. You can't say the same for Joel. He is gone.
C-Triple-G doing well, gatekeeping AGG. MIBR finds a good confirmation from afar as well. C-Triple-G torturing the lives of AGG, forcing them to stay outside of the circle, and this should be the end. But look at the opposite side. Hotshot still alive and kicking, dancing around with a couple of players. In the meantime, it's going to be Magic Squad disposing of Buriram United. As Hotshots loses one player to the circle as well, AGG gets taken out in the 8th spot, followed by Hotshot.
Hotshot, most of them just went down to the blue zone, so they took so long to rotate that they ended up getting nothing in return.
A lot of teams are getting gatekept this game, right? They're all playing around the edge, especially on that eastern side. That eastern side is so heavily guarded. It's not funny, but look at this. C-Triple-G actually going to be coming into the bottom right section of that map. They are looking for blood.
The fact that they made it into the circle is impressive in of its own, but they have to move again because they are not really in the same zone, and they only have 2 members left to deal with WAG.
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening. Clutch got Moshi is still alive. Magic in in a 1v3 against him, could have been able to sort him out. But Stark 10 gets knocked down by Moshi as Magic ignore Buriram and the circle gets the job done.
Yeah, it was an inevitability. Magic Squad now finds so much room. Look at this. Magic Squad not only have the high ground, they have to continue moving down to the Ffws also. They will have to concede that elevation
They have
eventually.
so many glue walls though. They're actually free to move down this low ground. Unless someone starts focusing them, they are free to just go.
Woo! They found Zetsu already. That is the only team that can gatekeep them. Yago, while the snipe, those blue walls are starting to get taken down very quickly. And remember, they do have the Riptide Raider, but it's on cooldown for now.
Peter, I mean, Street Triple G, Peter's still alive and
Yago down.
as he finally bites the dust in a 1v4 against WAG. But now look at this, MIBR, double glue wall melted to nothing. And Magic Squad laughs at that.
Oh, I think one very close connection.
Can WAG, I mean, can WAG take out both the Brazilian squad, right? This is a tense final circle, and Magic Squad now the focus of both teams. Krillin just lights up Yago with the grenade launcher. WAG going in for the rush, puts in, has to take the fight, but Pitbull takes them out from afar. Magic Squad, they are all gone.
Yep, and MIBR, the biggest winners of that skirmish as WAG chooses to take out one of the titans of this final circle. MIBR now needing to deal with WAG. MIBR having that advantage as they were not the ones dealing those final few blows to Magic.
Yeah, MIBR able to top them up in time. Rigby takes out, unfortunately. Dolphin able to confirm the knockdown, evening up the playing field. WAG with 9 eliminations already, and MIBR not looking too healthy though. Stark 10 in the red zone. Zetsu trying to fire from afar, but Cyrus gets dropped. Pitbull from behind finds the flank on a pentakill. Dolphin now on the menu for MIBR, but WAG clutches it out in the very end. Both Brazilian teams, no match for the Vietnamese squad.
And the first booyah for WAG, and they take it with pride.
How influential is this booyah actually going to be for WAG?
Not
Extremely.
very. I mean, enough to jump over Boko, but not enough to get into the top 5.
Which for WAG is good enough.
Yeah, oh, definitely, yeah. But I mean,
so much better.
Boko tomorrow will be pretty annoying to deal with, but WAG will still be playing against them. So I guess that's one saving grace.
All right, so great news for WAG. I mean, if anything, just get those points, keep your place. If you can climb up, that's fine, right? Extra prize money, guarantee your top 12, it's all right.
I'll tell you guys a funny fact, right? Thorad got knocked out so early that before the round ended, Liquipedia updated their score for the round.
Oh, goodness. I actually feel for Thorad, right? Like they had two great games today, right? Like 2 amazing games. And then they just had a couple not so great games to kind of offset.
I mean,
what were their points overall for today? Like, did they at least finish with something reasonable?
Oh yeah,
76 points. In
yeah,
total.
76
so
before
fine.
this game, right?
Yeah, but this game is a 0, right? So still 76
okay,
in total.
all right.
Yeah,
all right.
so 76, I think it's still a great way for them to end.
It's an amazing way. I mean,
Could have been better.
It's the high score. It's the high score in the knockout stage. First day 45, second day 64, day 3 75.
It makes me question, right? Because last week they struggled in this grouping. Are they going to do even better in their Sunday grouping?
You can only hope that happens.
Yeah.
But I mean, this final circle between these two teams, Magic Squad drew too much attention, so it was very obvious for WAG to take them out first because they need some control, some space to deal with MIBR.
Yeah.
But the final turnaround, I mean, Pitbull was doing a great job. He was thinning out the numbers of WAG. But Dolphin, my god, Dolphin and Krillin, they just completely swarm MIBR at the very end.
It's kind of unfortunate if you think about it, right? Because we looked at a case where it was also 2 Brazilian teams kind of cannibalizing each other. Like if it was the other way around, both the Brazilian teams were actually focusing down WAG. Then very likely we would have gotten a Brazilian team to get that booyah. But what's done is done. We have an interview session. Let's hear what our winners have to say.
Incredible skills on display. A lot of actions went going on there, but we have to congratulate for the first booyah for this team. Congratulations to the WAG. Got the last booyah, the final one of the day. But this is your first booyah in Free Fire World Series 2023. Do you think it's quite late a bit?
Đây là lần đầu tiên team mình được booyah tại giải World Series lần này. thì em nghĩ là có phải là một cú booyah hơi muộn không?
Dạ, có lẽ đây là cú booyah còn kịp lúc đến với tụi mình.
I think it's just in time. This one is just in time for
Just
us.
in time, right? And what adjustment has your team made since the beginning of the tournament?
Can you repeat the question?
What adjustment has your team made since the beginning of the tournament?
Điều gì đã thay đổi so với từ khi bắt đầu giải World Series hôm nay bọn em thi đấu?
Dạ thì hôm nay đồng đội em có tính liên kết hơn và bắn có tính đồng đội hơn và cố gắng hơn trong trận đấu.
They have more cooperation between the players, the members, and they really try their best for this play.
Right, and the result is the booyah here, right? Are you confident that the Build AG can be qualified into the finals?
Em có tự tin là WAG sẽ vào được chung kết không?
Dạ em có tự tin thì em xin gửi lời đến những đội tuyển Việt Nam là top 3 bắn như này thì top 1, top 2 cố lên nhé.
They are very confident and they have something to say to the top 1 and top 2 from the local league.
Yeah.
That top 3 can do this, then top 1 and top 2 you better be better.
You better be better and watch out for them, right? Who is the key player of your team in the previous game and why?
Trong trận vừa rồi thì ai là key player của đội em?
Thì team em ai cũng bắn có những cống hiến riêng khác nhau nên em thấy là team em bắn hay đều như nhau.
They have their own roles and he thinks that they all play good in the last game.
And any words to your fans in Vietnam who are rooting for you?
Đôi lời gửi đến fan hâm mộ ở Việt Nam.
Mấy bạn cố gắng theo dõi tiếp tục cuộc hành trình của mình và BM và Godwork. Cố nhà cổ vũ tụi mình nhiều hơn nhé.
Please watch out for all 3 teams of Vietnam and just keep supporting us.
Thank you so much and congratulations, the Build AG! It's game over for today, but the excitement will continue. See you tomorrow, guys. Back to you, Shoutcaster. Bye-bye!
That does conclude the games for the teams in Group A and B, but they're not done this weekend. We are still going to see one more game from each of these groups. The groupings tomorrow are going to be B versus C. So tomorrow, in essence, is also the last day for teams in Group B to get their points in. And I think the question we sort of would like to know from the players themselves, right? Are they proud of their performances today, and did they hit their goals for how many points they wanted to score? Because not everyone is going to hit their goals. Everyone has different expectations, but ultimately, it's top 12. That's the ultimate goal. That's what you're aiming for.
I think if you are looking at Vietnam as a region, this is actually the biggest year for Vietnam.
Yes.
Last year, they only have one team in the grand final, and that's HQ Esports, right? Team Flash played in the play-ins, didn't make it through. And this is also, just so happens that all 3 Vietnamese teams playing is their first time on the world stage.
Yeah.
But if you look at the region's performance overall, their best standing is 10th place.
Which is not bad, right? I mean, because the newer Vietnamese squads are definitely making a lot of noise out there. And I think Krillin had a great shout out for the rest of the Vietnam squads. If we, the 3rd place team from our region, can do so well, we are expecting more from God of Wolf as well as PE Esports, especially PE Esports, because they already have a little bit of prior experience collecting all of their stats on FFSI. I expected them personally to do much better in the World Series, but it was just unfortunate thus far, but hope to see more from them tomorrow.
Well, here's going to be the round standings for our last game for today. WAG securing the Booyah and getting another 12 elimination points, putting them at 24 points to close the day. Second place, MIBR with 16 points, and also CGGG taking home 16 points. Magic Squad just 1 point down, taking home 15 points. Now, unfortunately, a few teams down here not going to be too happy. Thora taking home a whopping 0 points for the day, and RRQ Kazu finishing the day with 5 points as well. And we have our group standings for the entire tournament coming up in just a second to sort of show where everyone is. And it's going to set up the expectations for the teams in Group B, because tomorrow's your last play day. You got to figure out what's your goal for points and can you hit that goal against the teams in Group C. But here's overall standings. This is top 6 teams here right now. Buriram United Esports in first place with 279 points. CGG in second place. And as we switch on over to the second page, 7th to 12th. These are the teams that are still, at the moment, qualified to make it to the grand final. The next page is the danger page. These are the teams that are at risk of elimination from the tournament.
Hot Shot is actually pretty darn close to that top 12 still.
They were 12, I think, before this round.
I'm a tad bit annoyed with Hotshot Esports. I had a very low bar for them to cross, and I'm talking about an average of 10 points.
So close.
But they were shy of 15 points to get that average tenor, right? So tomorrow, when they step back in, wait, is Hotshot gonna play tomorrow?
No, Sunday.
No, Sunday. When they come back in Sunday, you know, the average 10 points has to be bumped up to average 12 points per map just to secure a guarantee. But of course, Dew will be looking to secure his 10,000 USD tomorrow. He has promised us a highlight reel. He has promised us a 1v4, and I'm going to hold him to that.
And tomorrow is also very important for PE Sports because if you compare all 3 Vietnam teams, WAG as an organization, this is actually their second World Series. Their first one was back in 2019, right, when it was in Brazil. But this roster is fresh, so you can consider them their first time. But out of 3 teams, PE Sports is actually the most experienced one because they were the only one who played in FFSI.
Correct.
They finished 8th in the tournament. But right now, they are the ones who are struggling the most in this league. And WAG, they say, right, they are the 3rd seed, so it's not to say that PE Sports are pushovers. So if tomorrow they don't show up, Sunday is going to be a headache.
Yeah, I mean, different environments for these teams, right? Sometimes the local leagues, some teams perform better in the locals, others do a little bit better in the international. But yeah, I do believe we are getting ready to close the stream. So to everyone that's watching, thank you so much for tuning in to week 2, day 1 of the knockout stage for the Free Fire World Series 2023. My beautiful casters, do you have anything else you want to say before we wrap up the show?
Let's get week 2 done with. I just want the point rush.
Oh, this man, that's all he wants. He just wants the point rush.
Same.
No! Wow. All right, well, I guess that's going to be it for us. Make sure you come back tomorrow at the exact same time for Groups B versus C. But until then, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.